Hello, Africa. Happy Sunday to you all. It's the grand finale of the African Business Month. What an interesting journey so far. I have met with brilliant, amazing innovators and exhibitors. I've met with wonderful speakers. And I must say that it's been an experience. It's been a huge honor having to host this event alongside other men and women with same passion wanting to project African business. To know more about the African Business Month, please log on to www.africanbusinessmonth.org. And without further ado, I will be introducing myself, and you'll be hearing from the founder and the very brain behind the African Business Month, Mr. Daniel. My name is Bidemi Adedure. I am a communications and idea strategist. I will be your host for the next few hours before you meet with someone special and amazing as well. And during this event, I want you all to stay tuned and have a blast listening and hearing men and women show what they do and what they have to offer to Africans. Right about now, I will be introducing the founder of African Businessman, the president of the United States of Africa, Mr. Daniel.
Hello,
Mr. Daniel,
thank you very much, our host, for hosting this important event. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Not clearly, but I can.
Okay. Today is a very important day that marks the fourth African Business Month conference. And the reason why we established the African Business Month is for us to be able to promote the economic empowerment of people of African descent business. And African Business Month is providing an opportunity, a platform for Africans in Africa, in the Caribbean, the Africans, the Africans in Europe, Africans in the United States, to showcase their products and services. And by doing this, we promote Black-owned businesses, which is very important in ensuring that we build the Black economic power that will enable us have the same bargaining position like any other race. We have seen that the Chinese have been very successful because they applied the economics very well. They trade a lot with each other. The Europeans have also been very successful because they trade a lot with each other, but Africa is lagging behind. The inter-Africa trade remains 19%, and this needs to change. We need to begin embracing our own products, embracing the African heritage, be proud of what we produce, and begin to produce what we need. Because if we don't produce what we need, then others are going to do it for us, and it won't necessarily be serving our interests. So it's important for us to ensure that we support our own entrepreneurs, buy from our own African producers and manufacturers, and by doing this, then we'll promote an atmosphere which promotes African economic development. And this is the time for us to begin creating the economic infrastructure that Africa needs. We need to ensure that we establish the structures that will facilitate the economic advancement and the rapid industrialization of Africa, because we are blessed with countless resources, and this is the time for us to use the resources for our own development and tap into the skilled young people so that they can use their skills for the development of Africa. And by doing that, then we'll be empowering our young people and creating the job opportunities Instead of sitting down and waiting for government to create jobs, we need to become job creators, industry owners, business owners, build our own successful businesses, and ensure that we prioritize economic development, because there is no development of Africa without economic development, and there is no economic independence when we are only having political independence. So we have to get both the political independence, the economic independence, the cultural independence, so that we uphold our culture, we be proud of who we are. Being Africans is not something that is restricted by colonial boundaries. One can be an African even from the Caribbean, from the Pacific, and throughout the world, as long as that person is of African descent. And the African Business Month is an opportunity to reunite the global African family back to Africa, so that we can establish and strengthen business ties, work together towards our own economic empowerment, come up with collective initiatives that aimed at establishing the infrastructure that United States of Africa needs to be able to support the state governments that are struggling with the pandemic and the poor economic situation in Africa. We need a strong United States of Africa that will be able to double up the efforts that state governments are doing. And this is why the African Business Month is very important. And I appeal to Africans to embrace the African Business Month, celebrate, begin to embrace your own products, support your own entrepreneurs, begin to buy from Kentucky. Don't import cars from Europe when we have someone in Ghana who's producing the finest cars. We have so many Africans that are producing African products, and the African Business Month offers an opportunity for us to be able to support these entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for providing this opportunity. I think I'm going to stop here so that we can provide room for the exhibitors and the speakers for today. Thank you. Back to the studio. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for that amazing address. And we will be hearing from Louisa, an amazing young woman who founded a company at the age of 16. But before that, I'd like us to go on a short break while we get in touch with her.
Hi, I'm Martina Witter. I'm here from Rafa Therapy Service. What we do as an organisation, we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused in life. Are you struggling with high levels of employee sickness? Are you struggling with presenteeism? Have you noticed that a lot of your employees are struggling to engage with the culture of your organisation? If you answered yes to any of those questions, we are your solution. The UK economy loses £99 billion per year due to poor mental ill health. We can provide you with resilience training, mental health awareness training, and also training on emotional intelligence, which will help your employees to engage more effectively within the organisation. It will help them to provide the best service possible, and also it will improve the productivity rate. We also provide bespoke workshops around mindfulness, cognitive behaviour therapy, goal setting and confidence building. So once again, it's Martina from Rafa Therapy Service, and we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused.
Olá, meu nome é Luísa Senda, empreendo e-commerce há 4 anos. Em 2017, fui a uma loja física na província do Ambo, quis comprar um iPhone e não encontrei. E como empreendedora dinâmica de observação e visão que sou, surgiu a oportunidade de facilitar à comunidade no meu cotidiano. Com as dificuldades do cartão de crédito, o Visa, em Angola, para fazer pagamentos online e demasiados preços elevados dos smartphones e computadores, criei a AfCFTA, uma loja virtual que permite pagamentos na moeda local, o Kwanza, e aceite pagamentos em prestações ao menor custo. Como exemplo, o Sidney Ferreira, o fotógrafo de Benguela, optou por procurar quem estivesse a vender um iPhone usado na AfCFTA. Mesmo não conhecendo o nosso home office, Sidney optou por escolher o seu método de pagamento preferido e com confiança e segurança aguardou o seu pedido e recebeu onde ele quiser, através da nossa rede de Young Delivers. Com a nossa tecnologia inovadora de prazos que permite e possibilita às pessoas de publicitarem ao comprarem e venderem, tens um veículo de transporte parado? Inscreve-te na nossa plataforma e faz entregas com isso. Não temos background em e-commerce. Alavanquei com negócio com capital próprio, investi em formações, ganhei mentoria, temos um fã-clube para tornar a experiência agradável. Estamos com o e-commerce há 2 meses no ar. Pretendo ter a plataforma oficial de mapeamento, compra e venda o mais breve possível. Obrigada. Espero que vocês gostem da surpresa que eu preparei para vocês. Enjoy AC. Até lá. Tchau.
Olá, no que posso lhe ajudar?
Eu estou à procura de um celular, mas não estes. Eu quero um iPhone.
Infelizmente não temos como lhe atender.
Mas sabes onde poderei encontrar? Que possamos pagar com cartão de crédito e em kwanzas.
Creio que não irá conseguir.
Já procurei tanto. Estou quase a desistir.
Olá, meu nome é Pefe. Em 2017, fui a uma loja física no ano, quis comprar um iPhone e não tinha. Tu?
All right, so that is an amazing presentation there by Louisa. Louisa, how are you doing today? Louisa, are you there?
Hi, my mood
Hello.
problem. Hi, listen. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you
Yes,
now.
I'm okay. I'm
Yes,
fine
I
today.
can.
How are you?
I'm fine. Nice to have you here. Tell us more about Pathway, and Mr. Kasamo here will help in translating as you speak.
Yes.
Are you there? Louisa?
Yes. Translation. I don't
Yes.
understand. John, translation, please.
I was saying you should tell us more about your organization you are exhibiting right now. And Mr. Kasamo is here to assist and help you translate as you speak.
Yes, done. Good.
Okay, Mr. Kasamo. Mr. Kasamo, can you hear me? Okay, Louisa would have to, you come on board later on, okay, while I bring someone else. Before then, we'll be going on a short break so we can settle perhaps some internet connectivity issue. Stay tuned.
I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place. I said I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place.
Olá, meu nome é Luísa Senda, empreendo e-commerce há 4 anos. Em 2017, fui a uma loja física na província do Ambo, quis comprar um iPhone e não encontrei. E como empreendedora dinâmica de observação e visão que sou, surgiu a oportunidade de facilitar à comunidade no meu cotidiano, com as dificuldades de cartão de crédito, o Visa, em Angola, para fazer pagamentos online e demasiados preços elevados dos smartphones e computadores, criei a Pathway, uma loja virtual que permite pagamentos na moeda local, o Kwanza, e aceite pagamentos em prestações ao menor custo. Como exemplo, o Sidney Ferreira, o fotógrafo de Benguela, optou por procurar quem estivesse a vender um iPhone usado na Pathway. Mesmo não conhecendo o nosso home office, Sidney optou por escolher o seu método de pagamento preferido e com confiança e segurança aguardou o seu pedido e recebeu onde ele quiser, através da nossa rede de Young Delivers. Com a nossa tecnologia inovadora de prazos que permite e possibilita às pessoas de publicitarem ao comprarem e venderem, tens um veículo de transporte parado? Inscreve-te na nossa plataforma e faz entregas com isso. Não temos background em e-commerce. Alavanquei com negócio com capital próprio, investi em formações, ganhei mentoria, temos um fã-clube para tornar a experiência agradável. Estamos com o e-commerce há 2 meses no ar. Pretendo ter a plataforma oficial de mapeamento, compra e venda o mais breve possível. Obrigada. Espero que vocês gostem da surpresa que eu preparei para vocês. Enjoy AC. Até lá. Tchau.
Olá, no que posso lhe ajudar?
Eu estou à procura de um celular, mas não estes. Eu quero um iPhone.
All right, Africa. Right about now, we will be hearing from an amazing woman, a politician, and a counselor. She is Jacqueline Burnett. Jacqueline, uh, a child of the Windrush generation whose parents helped to rebuild this country after the Second World War, was born within the sound of barbells of London and grew up in Hackney. She has lived in London in Luton rather, for over 30 years, where she worked as a financial management, equality, diversity, and inclusion in public, private, and voluntary sectors. Hi, Jacqueline. Can you hear me? I think your mic is muted.
Sorry, can you
Yes.
hear me now?
Yes,
better?
I can hear you
Excellent.
clearly.
Good.
Yes, nice to have you here.
Yeah, nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Daniel. Really appreciate it. Keeping up the work.
Thank you so
Right,
much.
so go ahead.
Yes, before we go on, I would like the world to know more about you, what you've been doing, um, what people should expect from Jackie at the end of this event, for example.
Oh, afterwards. Oh, okay. At the end of this event, I'm still going to carry on doing what I have always been doing for a long time, because I believe for some years, even as a child with my people in the African heritage, people used to complain, oh, we're too fragmented, we can't come together. This is in Britain, and I just said, no, I'm not going to. If I give up on my people, then I can't ask others to do anything less. So I'm going to keep doing that. I'm a counsellor in Luton, so I'm responsible for safe and stronger communities. So the COVID-19 pandemic has been really hard for a lot of us counsellors. We've had to step up and do more and engage with the community. But also I'll be working with the African diaspora in the UK to come together. I am currently, for 8 weeks, the pilot, a member of the Windrush Ambassador Programme that the Home Office have set up for an 8 weeks pilot. So I've been doing some work on engagement and trying to get more and more people to come forward who may be victims, to make sure they sort out their status in the UK. For those who don't know about the Windrush scandal, just Google it. It's too long to go into here, but it's not just those that came over from the Caribbean that have been caught up in the Immigration Act from 1971 and subsequent act. It's also those that came over from West Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, and also Kenya, that came to rebuild this country after the Second World War. There's also Southeast Asians like from Bangladesh and Pakistan. I will carry on doing that work, but also encouraging entrepreneurs within the Black community in Luton and wider. So connecting and linking arms together are some of the stuff I will continue to do, and some of the stuff that I've been saying in my talk about what we need to do to get and take forward to create the United States of Africa. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, yes.
Have I answered
Okay.
your question?
Okay, now that the world has an idea of what to get from you, you're talking about the next steps to making the vision of a united Africa a reality. Yes.
Yes.
So I always do this. I think a lot of people that know me will expect this question. What would be the first thing you believe Africa should start if we are to begin with this vision of being united?
Reprogram our minds. We believe, because of the enslavement and colonization of 400 and 500 years, we believe that which has been told to us. And we need to re-educate that. And it starts with the mind. That which we think we become. So if you see a child who's been told that they're not worthy, you can see their mannerism. You can see that they look down, they're not confident, they don't hold their back up. So it's incumbent on us to re-educate our mind. And if you listen to some of the Bob Marley songs of the 70s, who was a Jamaican, He was very much about us claiming back our identity and believing in ourselves and reprogramming the mind. And for me, that's one of the first things we need to do. We need to say we are worthy. Civilization and humankind stands from us first. And we need to go and turn everything, read, be an open mind and ask questions. And I think for too long, we've just believed what the colonizers of Europe and the Asian side have told us. So let's go and do our research. I've done that for myself. I've been on a lifelong journey of re-educating myself, and what I learned, I've passed on to my children. And the first step starts with our mind. I hope I've answered your
I
question.
completely agree when you said we should reprogram. There should be some sort of mindset shift. Yes. Do
Yeah.
you think this has to do with the fact that we do not know our history? We what we've heard is not what has truly happened. Could that be it?
I think it depends on where you come from. So for I, who's a African Caribbean, we got our language, but we got our tongue taken away. Yeah. So we were void of any history. Yeah. For those on the continent, you've got your history, you've got your language, you've got your mother tongue. Yeah. But you've still been enslaved
Yes.
mentally in another way because you believe that which has been told to you. But it should be maybe easier to reclaim. You haven't lost as much as us that's been enslaved, potentially. What we have is a resilience to survive because we've adapted. And what we remember in culture, we've held on and elaborate like capoeira in Brazil, that's from West Africa. Ackee, which is a Jamaican national dish, is from Ghana, but it's not eaten there. Ackee is not eaten there. I can't remember what the native name is for ackee, which is a highly beneficial food for vegetarians. It's not eaten in Ghana, in West Coast of Africa, but it's a national dish in Jamaica. Do you understand what I mean? So those are the sort of adaptations that happen. So for me, those that's in Africa, find your history. There's a whole documentary. You've got universities there. Go back and reclaim what is yours and teach your mother tongue. Teach your mother tongue. Because like for us in that's African Caribbean, in Europe, in America, in England, we've had the massive influx of Eastern Europeans to this country. You know what? They still teach their mother tongue. Their children speak their mother tongue and they speak English. The South Asians, they speak their mother tongue. They take exams in their mother tongue in an English school. Yeah? And they get their qualifications. But we from the Caribbean, we haven't got our mother tongue. And the Africans that have come over, they don't do any qualifications in their mother tongue here. Those are the sort of things about a person without roots that is really important because you have a sense of pride. And Daniel talks about in his presentation, in his introduction about China. China, if you look at the history of China, China was a colonized and invaded country again and again. And in their revolution, what they do was block themselves from the world, became isolated and retrained the mind of the Chinese citizen to believe in themselves that they are the best. And that happened in a lifetime. Yeah, it didn't take centuries and centuries. So if we can retrain our mind to believe that we are the best, we don't need no whitening products. Yeah, we don't need to whiten our skin because at the end of the day, if you look at psychology and the mind, the European are tanning themselves to look healthy where we're born with it. And that's why it's really important to do that. But the needs of each will be different depending on their journey here. So I hope I've answered. I think the needs of reprogramming the mind for those on the continent are going to be very much different to those up in the Caribbean, America, and the British here. And in Britain, African Caribbeans and those from the continent have come together. We're having conversations much more. So the journey is going to be a bit different, and what is needed to do to reach the goal is going to be different as well.
Thank you so much for that. That's quite insightful. So I want to know, as the chairperson of, I can see here, The African Caribbean Community Development Forum. Yes.
Yeah.
This is something you constantly, yes, trying to achieve.
Yes, because what we did until we had austerity, because we had 10 years of austerity before this pandemic, we did 12 years of celebrating the sex of the African heritage child and young person in Luton. Yeah,
Wow.
for 12 years we did that. And it started by the founder, Lorna Markland, because she went to our high school in Luton. And the only child that got recognized for achievement was an African heritage child that had overcome challenges because she was disabled. And my friend was so upset, it brought tears to her eyes. And she said, is she going to do something about it? So her and her husband approached the local authority or the local government to do something about it. And they worked on that project and it started. And then I came in and supported over a number of years, usually around Black History Month, but we always did it in November. And we didn't even have to advertise the event. We demonstrated that parents of African heritage take their children's education important. And we celebrated their success from year 7 to university because I got funding like from the police, the fire service. Yeah, and it was beautiful to see the parents turn up in their best clothes. So those are the sort of things we did. We made sure that the young people understand that they need to dress as if they were going for a ball. So they weren't coming with their street clothes and their hoodies and all that. No, no, no. We wanted the young people to know how to dance, as older people would say. This is a bit of Caribbean slang, yeah? You must know how to dance outside. You must know how to dance indoors before you dance outside. So those are the sort of things we've done. And that was an initiative, plus others, to close the educational attainment gap. So before we started, when we started, 23% of African heritage children in Luton was leaving school with 5 GCSEs, including maths and English. By 2015, we had closed it. That's 78% were leaving with 5 GCSE in English. And in the program, we would do educational stuff. So we used 4 times. We got a speaker named Andrew Mohammed. He's called the Investigator if you Google him. He came in, he's really engaging and exciting, and got the children and the young parents and the parents to re-educate their mind. So one example was the significance of music, because a lot of African parents from the continent don't encourage their children necessarily in this country to do the arts. They say it's a waste of time, but they don't realize that a lot of those celebrities that we see in the Western world, they've got more than one skill. And that's what Andrew Mohammed done, to start giving the information to the community that it's important to have more than one skill. So these are the sort of things that we started to do. And we've done historical events, we've done educational, and we've worked in partnership with others for 4 years, where we've set up an organisation called the Luton Sankofa Committee, where we've commemorated the victims of the transatlantic enslavement. And each year we have re-educated people. And I've got the booklet here, the program, and on the back, I don't know if people can see, but you can look on our website. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's commemorated. And on the back, we share the history of our people. Yeah, because it's important for us in this country, in America, in Britain and America, so they understand that our history didn't start with slavery and then it's everything afterwards. We need to change our mind to tell our people our illustrious history before slavery, and that slavery and colonization was just a very small part of that. And again, it goes back to the mind. And in the first event, many people didn't believe us. So in the program, we give books for people to go and read, because we know that our people's mind are such that they don't believe us. They'll believe a white person or an Asian person, but God forbids it comes out of a black person's mouth. It can't be right. So we gave them the information to go and read, and giving God thanks, yeah, the high, most high. More and more information has now come out in the times we live in, that have triangulated and corroborated that more than 4 years ago, but some of them didn't believe us. So that's, you understand, and that's really significant. You can see a child, when they believe themselves, they can hold a debate. And I've seen my children, because they went to a really top public school, it's a state school. They had some challenges because we're Caribbean. They were challenged by some Africans about, they've been called that they were slave babies and all that, the narrative, the disunity that's been caused. And my daughters could hold their own on history. They knew more about Black history than the teachers in the school. And this is more important. We can't leave it to the state in Europe to teach our history, because no other race does that. No other. And I've seen it borne out with my own two eyes. So the freeing of our minds, loving ourselves, we will spend our money with our own. Because one of the things I wanted to share, that people complain about Africa is corrupt, please Google, and people will see an article that was issued in September that said Britain is the most corrupt place in the world. Yeah, not any countries in Africa, not anywhere in the Caribbean. It's the UK that is the most corrupt. Okay, so please go back and read the article, because, you know, God forbid it could be a Black person that has always said that. Yeah, the establishment, the British, the white establishment has looked at themselves and said their people is the most corrupt. And then maybe we will change our mind and shop with our own, buy with our own. Those are the sort of things we need to do.
Thank you, Jackie. First, two questions. How can we contact you? And secondly, what is the title of the book that you displayed earlier?
Right. So what we did, we produced our own magazine.
Okay.
Yeah. So we've got somebody that actually did our own research.
Remember slavery.
Yeah.
Right.
And what we've done, so what people can do, the UN has got 2 dates for our people. Yeah. The 25th of March and the 23rd or the 25th of August are international dates relevant for us. So we can lift up our ancestors that have been colonized, enslaved, and remember them and humanize them, because they were somebody. They were somebody's son or daughters, and tell our story. Don't leave it to the white people to tell our stories. That's sort of the things we do. So in the back of this magazine, what we've done, we've re-educated our people to tell them about the Kingdom of Ghana. We've told them about the Mali Empire. We've told them about the Benin City. Yeah. We've told them about the Kemites. We got that information and shared locally. But that is now out there on the internet, yeah, and all those sort of things. We need to find that. And then on the continent, you've got massive sort of educational institutes that are ready to do that and bring the togetherness. But it's really important, the mind. Love yourself. If you love yourself, nobody can tell you you're not worthy.
Exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jackie. This is the end of this session. I'm so sorry. I would love to hear more from you, but we need to get
It's been a joy, my dear. And you made it really easy by the question, not easy, but you know, your questions have been very good.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Africa. So you've heard from the amazing Jackie, and she is truly amazing. You should get the book that she just displayed, and we'll be able to share means to which you can get in contact, in touch with her. All right. Thank you so much. Bye. Okay, next up, we'll be hearing from Nikita Reese. After this very short break, I want you guys to put on your thinking caps, get your notebooks like I do here, because today I know I'll be learning a lot. Stay tuned.
Hi all, welcome to Wednesday at Splash of Africa. I'm going to show you a brief video view of the food room. Here we go. This is the food room here. All kinds of canned foods, kalalau, palm butter again, corned beef, spam, African Fanta, as you can see, curry, all kinds of curry. Here we have all the meats. We have cow meat, we have cow feet, cow stomach, cow skin, all here. This is the cow section. Yeah, we have breakfast stuff, Golden Morning, Born Vita, Peak Milk, Nido. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you this Liberian oil made in Liberia, one of the best first grade oil, palm oil. Cricker oats we have, as you can see, Kabato Jeune, white flour, different jams, ginger jam, guava jam, M&M's chocolate paste. All the various teas, as you can see here, ginger tea, slim tea, lemon and ginger teas, Fitney. Here we have more beans, red beans, kidney beans, Africa fufu. Have all kinds of various stuff, rice. Have all of this, seasonings, fioretto, tiare de molokai. Lots more, even okra from Africa. We have okra, we have fondue, bobolo. We have chili from Uganda. We have ginger from Africa as well. Everything here is from Africa. And here we have our dried fish. We have different sorts of dried fish. This is Capitan dried fish. We have mackerel, smoked mackerel. We have Barberman dried fish. We have pipe fish. We have matoke here.
All right, Africa, welcome back to the Africa Business Month. You are most welcome if you're just joining us. Please note that you can know more about the Africa Business Month by just going on our website, www.africabusinessmonth.org. But today is the grand finale, and I'm sharing my screen right now. As you can see, I'm about to introduce the founder and CEO of T-Bird Air, who will be speaking on challenges to women politicians in the Caribbean and the way forward. Today, we have the pleasure of introducing Nikita Reese. She is part of the diaspora of students from the West Indies, and she's attained, who have attained their first degree at the leading university in the Caribbean region, the University of the West Indies, has continued further afield to deepen their academia to the doctoral level. She holds a baccalaureate in law and politics, a master's in human rights and peace, and is now studying a doctorate in international development in Europe. Our achievements to date are truly commendable, and they confirm our unwavering commitment to human rights, equality, and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have here Nikita Reese. I'm going to stop sharing screen so people can see your amazing self. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. I am truly humbled and happy to speak here.
Thank you so much, Nikita. So today you will be talking about the challenges of women, especially those that are into politics in the Caribbean.
So the road into Parliament and while in Parliament, the challenges that women face and solutions, the way forward to remedy those challenges, those barriers.
So let's talk about the journey into parliament. What are the challenges women face before they are in position?
So before we get into that, I would like to tell a story about who I am and what has inspired my work to construct systems for peace, equality, and development, and how this can be implemented throughout the Caribbean and the diaspora. Imagine a 5-year-old child going to different places, to church, to school, to town, in the company of a strong woman, a woman whose grip was tighter than any lock. She had a wisdom that permeated my household and influenced how I viewed politics. Although she did not have a formal university degree, she did have a degree in management of household economics that was truly superlative. Her strength extended beyond our households, into the church, into the communities. She was also a school teacher that taught many children how to read and write. And those strong hands are the hands of my grandmother, Vernice Weeks. This story that I just shared speaks volumes to a tradition which is not as prevalent now. It is one where 2 generations composed of grandparents and parents were committed to giving us a foundation on education for liberation. So so she has inspired how I view political empowerment and political equality, and how I view women and their role within our Caribbean communities. And I will continue. So would you like me to continue on my...
I was thinking right there that you wanted to present something to us first before we go right into it. That is an inspiring story. I really love that. So I take it that you are very much interested in women in positions, political positions, and there is truly the need for equality in that light. What do you think are the challenges that women face?
So there are subtle...
A lot.
Yes, there are a lot of challenges. I know that some people from our audience, they're not familiar with the Caribbean system.
I'm not.
Yes, you're not.
I'm
So
not,
could
yes,
I
but I'm
give
learning.
You're learning, yes. Could I give you a little bit more background on our political system and how it works, and strong Caribbean women, if that's
That would be
okay?
perfect. Yes.
Okay, perfect. So while it is not well known, it is to be emphatically clear or stated that the English-speaking Caribbean leads in activism and research as it relates to gender equality, sustainable and democratic development.
Okay.
The Caribbean region is actually amongst the first governments in the South, one of the first, because we have Sri Lanka and others that would have preceded it. But in the 1980s, we had our first female prime minister in Dominica, the late Honorable Eugenia Charles. In recent years, other females have followed in her footsteps. So we have Miss Portia Simpson Miller in Jamaica, who served as a prime minister in Jamaica, Miss Kamala Prasad in Trinidad and Tobago, and my own prime minister in Barbados, the Honorable Miss Mia Moore Motley, who won 30 seats in Parliament and made it history throughout the Caribbean to have won all seats at the same at once. Yes. So the remarkable female spirit of resilience in the Caribbean, in Caribbean politics, I believe has been one that has come from the Middle Passage, with these strong women leaders fighting to take control of their destiny and carving a pathway for their own political development and their own development as a whole. In addition, I should also mention female governor generals like the late Dame Nita Barrow of Barbados, Dame Perrette Louise in St. Lucia, Dame Cecile Lagranade in Grenada. And these women have played a critical role in developing Caribbean societies.
Wow.
And instead of, so I'm going to take this presentation, this discussion, instead of having a speaker talking to the audience, I'm going to bring this into the realm of what this means and what we can do to replicate these successes among our women.
That works.
Okay, great.
Okay, so I'm thinking you've given us a number of women that have broken limitations and barriers. Do you think that in a way their achievement have reduced the number of challenges women still face as of this day?
So to date, even though women are so we do see in certain Caribbean countries such as Grenada and Trinidad and Tobago, they have exceeded the 30% threshold of women resided within the lower house of parliament. However, they still face subtle and sometimes overt challenges. And I will just list a few of them, and maybe this is similar. Maybe you would have heard about this in your own African political system as well. So, for example, a few things that women are told would be, why is she running for office? She should be at home taking care of the kids. And if, Lord forbid, if this lady is not married, oh, what, she should be looking for a husband. Or and also when she's already in parliament, the comments that she would face, oh, she's too mannish, or the common remark, she's ugly. And what perpetuates this system of inequity within the parliamentary system will be that her fellow male politicians, they also have their remarks towards her. So those remarks I mentioned before, they came from the general populace, but fellow male politicians will say, she needs to take her place, she wants too much, or she's too aggressive, or maybe she got this position because she had to do this.
I think that is a common, it's common. I think it's a global problem. Everybody has something to say about a woman who knows what she wants and is set on getting that. So considering the fact that this is not just in politics, do you think, because there's so much attention right now in the world on the female gender, do you think that despite the attention, there is still a lot to do when it comes to the gender inclusion in all sectors, not just politics right now?
Yes. So my area of specialty is actually, gender equality systems, specifically in politics, but of course in the economic sector, there are challenges in terms of women, of hurdles women face. But for me, I specifically focusing on the political sector and how can gender mainstreaming initiatives be placed at strategic points to enhance the role of women so that both male and female attributes are equally represented. So I'm challenging gender stereotypes or this gender bias that women, or these nuanced inequities that women are and continue to be subjected to.
Okay, I want to ask something else. How do we find balance in all of this? A woman who is a politician and everything that has to do with politics, of course, she will face that, and probably twice that, because obviously she's getting all the jobs from people around because she's a woman. Okay, how does she balance the fact that she is doing that and a family, her children, her husband, her friends, what do you say will be the best option in finding balance as a woman, an ambitious woman, or a woman in politics?
Yes. So my research focuses on the political life of the woman and how the public and private is not really ascribes the same value, or her private life is she's supposed to be within this family household, as opposed to being in the political limelight. So my research actually highlighted or highlights that the political life of a woman is can be balanced on certain levels through a holistic transformation system, which I will speak to a little bit later.
Okay.
So she's not afforded the same level of funding as her male counterparts. And
Yes.
the gatekeepers who hold the keys for entries into political parties, they often favor male candidates. So the way into parliament and in parliament on a whole, there are several challenges along there. So my system, it looks at those key points, not just because remember, gender inequity does not just start at the gates of parliament. It starts at the societal level. It starts in the home. What do we tell boys consciously? You are strong. You are a leader. You're the archetypal leader. And then we tell girls, you're very pretty. You should do this. Or so it starts with our gender, our construction, our socialization of gender. And especially within the Caribbean, so you're not familiar. Women sometimes lack the confidence to enter politics or enter parliament for fear of victimization, which is a particular feature within small communities. So the Caribbean they're relatively small islands, and especially when you are in a small country, this kind of negative campaigning can be extremely damaging to your image. So politics is still a dirty game with mudslinging character assassinations, and which many women do not have an appetite for. So moving away from being assessed based on your physical attributes, but the ability to offer to be judged then on your skills and your competencies and your ability to actually deliver true representation, that is the recipe that my system is based on.
All right, then. One more question. You mentioned that you were going to talk about something earlier, but before then, we've highlighted some societal challenges. Okay. Let's talk about what women face in office when
Okay.
they finally break through the barriers of having to become a politician. What happens when they're finally in position, or they, in quote, have the power to change status quo?
Okay, so I would have mentioned a few before in terms of how society views her and the
Yes.
backlash that she would receive from her male parliamentarians. So her
Yeah.
ability to shape policy is
Mm-hmm.
constrained by how she is viewed or her role within the political party. She's supposed to be seen as a nurturer rather than being at the forefront, or being able to shape policies. In addition to not being able to um, and again, it has, you have to understand how the political parties work in the Caribbean context. So we usually have party manifestos, and with regards to party manifestos, who shapes these party manifestos, and then how can she operate to introduce other other interests that represent women within the communities? How is she able to insert it if she's not part at the table that actually generates the manifesto to begin with? So she's not there. So I think that that's very, very impactful. And going into my system a little bit, in terms of policy deficits. So policy deficits in terms of she's not at the table to generate these policies or to offer any type of input. So this is quite challenging.
To change that. For example, I'm going into parliament knowing that this is all I'm going to face, yet I'm going. I want to be able to change a few things. I know I'm not going to get the support I need. I know that it's going to look like I'm in power, but I do not necessarily have that power. How do I change things? What is the first thing I need to do to let the men at the table know that I'm coming to change things around here, for example?
Okay, so I think you're hinting at my system and how it works indirectly. So what it is, it's actually a multidisciplinary platform for diverse environments where social economic interventions are the focus. So it serves to, first of all, harmonize national policy and plannings for people's development. It provides real-time reporting on women's tasks, implementations, progress post-implementation, and ongoing structured measurements in policies and practices. So this, my system as a whole, it does not just look at her level, because remember, it does not just start with her. It starts with society on a whole. So we have to strategically place behavioral changes within, and for me, I'm looking at it from a information communication technology side to to enhance or to allow her to get greater representation while in parliament.
I think that makes much sense. I think I get what you're trying to share here. Okay, so I want to know more. What else would you like, Africa? What else would you like anyone watching right now to know about your system?
Okay, so my organization right now is currently piloting this practical political system, which promotes equity within parliamentary spheres. So, yes. So, for all of you who are interested in participating or supporting this outreach and who know politicians from anywhere in the Caribbean or Africa, I would really appreciate if you could reach out to me at systemsforpeace@gmail.com. I will leave my contact information with you. As I commence standing up this virtual policy reconciliation framework that will ensure that policy implementation is implemented and it meets the needs of the people in a practical way, where everyone who is within the community, they are represented and they do have a seat at the table.
Thank you so much, Nikita. Thank you so very much. Before you go, I will be taking a few comments from the moment you came live here, what people have been saying about this discussion. Okay, so here I see that's very true. Let me show. Okay. Women have so much they need to overcome. I think we've all agreed that we do have a lot to overcome. Well done, Queens. Thank you so much, Honorable Olu Ololajulo. Okay, and then we have here from Kevin Manning. Within a Caribbean context, okay, can you see that? The level of female participation in politics and even leadership is devastatingly low. This needs to be addressed. Yes, Kevin. From what I've been hearing from our dear Nikita, yeah, it looks like so. And I think this is a general problem. Anthony Carter says this is a very interesting discussion. Thank you so much. Afosa says great response. Okay, from Anthony, I'm seeing this is the last wall men will attempt to unfairly put up against women. Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you so very much. And thank you to Nikita for your time here. This has been an insightful speech. I do not know much about the Caribbean politics, but so far so good. We have a lot in common. All right,
Yes.
then.
Yes.
If you have
And
any last few words to say before you leave, I think you have the floor.
yes, I do thank you again, and for the kind audience for your insightful responses and comments, and also to say that gender equality does not in any way pit any sex over the other. It's just giving both the masculine and feminine attributes value to be recognized and to be seen and to be part and parcel of this of the decision making process, and that is very important, especially considering that the we have more women than men in most of these populations, and we need to be represented at those levels as well, at the upper echelons of society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nikita. I hope
Thank
to
you.
have this conversation with you, and next time it will be much, much interesting. All right,
Yes.
then, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Nikita is an amazing, beautiful woman, and we will be hearing from next exhibitor. But before then, a very, very short break while I confirm that he is live and ready to be on stream. Dr. Tebelo, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, nice
Yes,
to
I
have
do. Yes, I
you live
do.
right now on the African Business Month, and we're very excited to have you here. Let us
All
know
right.
about
Thank
you.
you very much.
Yes.
I'm not.
Okay, let us know about you,
I
what
beg
you
your pardon.
exhibited today. Let us hear from you, more about you, what you'll be exhibiting today, how we can contact you at the end of your exhibition. So you'll have the floor now.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
My name is Tebelo Chapela. I'm a student. I'm a student at the National University of Lesotho. I'm in my final year of the Masters of Economics. I'm also the founder and the CEO of Putadi Chaba Savings and Credit Cooperative Society. It is a financial institution or cooperative that intends to become a bank. So, as an economist, my macroeconomic variable of concern is unemployment. That means every day of my life, I live to find what are the possible causes of unemployment and try to find what are the solutions to that problems, and then try by all means to execute those that are within my reach. I mean the solutions. So it says today my presentation will be more concerned of one possible solution to unemployment, or particularly that is a business or entrepreneurship. Yeah, I think that is. And by the way, I'm not Dr. Tebello, I'm Mr. Tebello. Thank you.
Oh, apologies. Okay, okay.
Thank you.
From what I have here, you will be telling us about savings and credit cooperative society. So you run a financial
Yes,
institution,
yes.
yes? Tell us about that. Are you there? Hello, sir. Are you there? Oh,
I did not. I'm sorry. It seems I'm having a network challenges, so
yes,
I
yes,
missed
I
a little bit what
understand.
you said, what you asked.
Okay. I said that from what I have here, you will be talking about a savings and credit cooperative society. Yes. You run
Yes.
a financial institution.
Uh-huh.
Yes. So I would like you to let potential customers, for example, potential partners know what you do, how it works, and how we can reach you, to patronize what you're doing at the end of the day.
Okay, yeah, no. Thank you very much. You see, from the economic equation, we have what is called Y is equals to C plus G plus I plus NX, where Y is the economy, or you can say GDP, and then C is consumption, and then G is government spending, I is investment, and NX is net exports or balance of payments. So all these variables that are this side of the equation, whenever any of these variable increases, then it says Y also increase. That says if consumption increases, the economy increases. If government spending increases, the economy increases. If the investment increases, the economy increases, as well as the NX. So I want to talk about the I, because people do not realize the significance or the role that is played by the I, the investment. Because investment means if there is a high level of investment in any particular country, it says businesses, companies will be able to get some capital and to expand their productions. And if they do, they will be creating jobs, they will be creating income. And as they create income, people will be able to consume. That says I also enables C to increase and Y to increase. So what I'm trying to say here is that the savings of any country is very, very important for that country's economic growth or participation. But then we are saying we are facing a problem, a very serious problem of poverty and hunger. And it emanates from the fact that we do not have jobs, or we do not have sufficient businesses, is it? So it says if we could have jobs, or if we could generally, if we could have incomes, then poverty would be eradicated. So what is the solution to that? The solution to that is stimulating the private sector through innovation, entrepreneurship that comes from innovation. Yes, the students from different various universities may come up with a lot of innovations, and that would be sustainable. That would create firms and industries. But at the end of the day, most of them, at least in the case of Lesotho, where I know, most of them end up as a small or medium enterprises, or some even fail. They end up as small and medium enterprises because they lack adequate production capacity that would enable them to become the mass productive firms. That is because solely because of the nature of our financial sector. Our financial sector, our banks, most of them, majority of them, are not designed to participate or support innovations, are not designed to participate or to support startups. So that problem says if you have a startup, a very innovative idea, it is very difficult for you to get a financial support. If you have an existing medium or small enterprises, it will take you maybe 4 years, maybe 20 years for it to become a firm or industry that produces with mass production and exports to the rest of the world. So that is why we created this financial cooperative. The financial cooperative, it says it is a financial intermediary. There is a demand for capital and there is a supply for capital. Demand for capital is from these innovative firms or innovative companies, even innovative small businesses, innovative ideas, but they do not have capital. Then the suppliers of capital are the society. If we could have a society that is saving, you save a little bit of what you earn in a month, and that will increase the savings and that will create a capital for investment into these companies. These companies, they grow, they become firms and industries, they make billions, they make profits. Then our cooperative is designed in such a way that to become a member, you just become, just when you are a citizen of Lesotho, you have a bank account in any of these banks in Lesotho, you can become a member and you are a shareholder. This says if you save your money, you're in this cooperative, your money can be lended within us as members as for startup capitals for loans, whether they are business loans or they are personal loans. But at least you have a platform with minimum requirements relevant to that of the commercial banks. That will enable you to go on with whatever the project you want to pursue. And then you'll be retaining that money with very small interest relative to those that you be paying on the commercial banks. But this time around, these interest rates that you are paying are the profits of the cooperative to which you are a shareholder. Also, this money can be invested in any promising small business to enable it to transform into a firm or industry that produces with mass production and exports their products. This says at the end of, for instance, we have a company, a small company that is producing yogurt at the Null Innovation Hub. Maybe supposing this company needs 5 million to establish a plan that will enable it to produce in mass production. Then Putadi Chaba would give this yogurt company 5 million and then negotiate, say, 20% shareholding in that company, which means at the end of a financial year, Putadi Chaba will earn 1 million or 2 million or 500,000 from that company as its share of profit. And Putadi Chaba will also finance another company and various companies. It says Putadi Chaba will be a shareholder in different companies, getting its share of profits from that companies and get from any commercial bank. But here's the catch. These profits that comes into Putadi Chaba are not for some individual or powerful politicians or powerful business owners or business tycoons. They are all the shareholders. Everyone who has become a shareholder of Putadi Chaba from that shares, and they are as minimum so much that they enable a domestic worker, a head boy, a student, a lecturer, a prime minister to have equal shares. So we are having equal shareholding in the cooperative, and we are enabling everyone to become a member of the cooperative. It says Putadi Chaba, this cooperative, is giving this supplier side, the society, everyone, irrespective of their economic status, a chance to own the innovative companies that are at the National University of Lesotho Innovation Hub. Because if Putadishaba is a shareholder in any of those companies by financing them, it says these suppliers of capital are indirect shareholders in those companies, because whenever the companies are doing profits, the Putadishaba will have its share of profits. And at the end of a financial year, by law, Putadishaba is supposed to declare dividends even to these shareholders. So that is the main concept. In this way, Putadishaba will be playing a very significant role in our economy, in that it will play a significant role in the financial sector, much as it will finance the medium enterprise firms to become firms and industries. It will also make it possible for innovative ideas to obtain capital. And in that way, jobs will be created, poverty and hunger will be mitigated, our economy will be improved, our net exports will be improved, our consumption will improve, and we'll have an economic boom that has been able to accommodate each and every citizen in the of how much you earn, irrespective of economic status. I don't know if the current, I'll be talking with the Maloti current. To become a member, you just pay 150. You can call it 150 rand or 150 Maloti in Sesotho. I don't know in our respective currencies, but that is very cheap, less than 500, less than 200 to become a member. And then the compulsory monthly savings, you are obliged to save the minimum of 50 Maloti. So in this way, we have enabled, even if you get 500 pocket money per month, if you find it very necessary to sacrifice at least 50 Maloti as your savings, the savings that you will have access to, then just savings are turning into investment, because they are going to make money for you. They are going to be invested in those companies, and you're going to earn from that companies. So Putadishaba is a financial, at the end of the day, that is bringing together the demand and supply side of the economy. And our objective is to encourage or to instill the culture of savings within our society. That is very important, to promote the issue of access to finance, and then to promote the issue of investment into the innovative companies. So we do not save normally, African, in our cultures, we do not save. For instance, now COVID-19 happened. When COVID-19 happened, people lost jobs, businesses closed. But if we had developed a saving culture, you would know that during this time, at least I will be able to, for the next 6 months, I will be able to access at least 500 from my savings to finance my basic needs. But that is not what we do. We are always saying our money or limited, but we are now trying to instill or influence the culture of saving to Basotho, to say save as little as you can from whatever income that you earn in a monthly. That savings are for you. You will be able to access them during for precautionary purposes, but also those savings are also investment. It's going to improve the economy of the country. It's going to improve the private sector that you are part of. So basically, that is the whole the concept that I was having to present. Thank you.
Is muted. Thank you so much, Mr. Tebele. Thanks a lot. So in just this brief meeting you have with us here, you've been able to tell us that we indeed need to have a saving and investment culture. And I want to believe that we can contact you. Can you give us a phone number, an email for anyone interested?
Yeah, sir, that is not a problem.
Are you there?
No, that is not a problem.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tebolo. I was hoping you can give us your phone number or tell us the email. the email address that we can reach. Right now, you can share it. Yes.
Okay. Okay. My email address is Chapela. TW is TJAPELA TW at gmail.com.
Thank you. Thank you
And
so
then
much.
my contact numbers are 56322869.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Tepelo. This marks the end of your exhibition. Many thanks for coming here and sharing your innovative idea.
Thank you very much.
Bye. And there we have it, Africa. We've heard that we need to have a savings and investment culture. Yes, I actually completely agree with that. You can reach Mr. Tepelo at japela@gmail.com. So let me spell it out. TJAPELATW@gmail.com if you're interested in what he has to offer. We will be hearing. Okay, so let me see who is online. Okay, from Dr. Chisala. Yes. In a short while, we will be hearing from our wonderful speaker. Please stay tuned.
Hi. Ever wonder why? Let me tell you why when I wake up every day to come to work, I wake up with joy and happiness knowing that I'm going to the most beautiful place in the world. That's Splash of Africa. The reason why I go with joy there is because it's my own business. And because it's my own business, I take a lot of joy, not only in owning my own business and being responsible for myself and only answering to myself, but also I get to show people in Scandinavia the beauty about the culture of Africa and its products and services. Owning one's business is one of the best things you can do for yourself because it makes you self-reliant, it makes you independent, and basically it makes you happier so that you're working for yourself. So I would advise all our African youth, young couples, if you can, try to do something for yourself, try to build something that can make you proud and make your community, your family, and your friends proud. This is Edwina at Splash of Africa.
Hi, I'm Martina Witter. I'm here from Rafa Therapy Service. What we do as an organisation, we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused in life. Are you struggling with high levels of employee sickness? Are you struggling with presenteeism? Have you noticed that a lot of your employees are struggling to engage with the culture of your organisation? If you answered yes to any of those questions, we are your solution. The UK economy loses £99 billion per year due to poor mental ill health. We can provide you with resilience training, mental health awareness training, and also training on emotional intelligence, which will help your employees to engage more effectively within the organisation. It will help them to provide the best service possible, and also it will improve the productivity rate. We also provide bespoke workshops around mindfulness, cognitive behaviour therapy, goal setting and confidence building. So once again, it's Martina from Rafa Therapy Service, and we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused.
Welcome back, and we will be hearing from our next speaker and exhibitor. She will be speaking on Susu and how it works. Yes, Dana. She is a community activist, the owner of a self organization. I don't know if I'm Ache, thank you. Power Flower and the Susu Investment Group. Yes.
I'm also
Nice
a
to meet
council
you.
member, so I really appreciate the woman you had before.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much, Diana. You're welcome to the African Business Month.
How
Can you hear
are
me?
you?
I'm fine.
I'm just, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
perfect. So pleasure to meet you. I hope you also see my partners that are going to be working with us today.
Oh, beautiful.
This year. And yeah, here we go. So great to be here with you guys. We are here to discuss a lot from what you guys have been talking about. One of the premises of everything that we need as a Pan-African nation, and you see my internet is financial stability in the goals that we are trying to achieve, right? So one of the things that we have come together with partnership, I just want to first present that I am part of also the Haitian American Class, and how we are connected with you guys as well. And in our movements in the community and looking for equitable change, we realize that in everything we need to do, whether it be education, health, politics, we need a financial structure within to handle all this, right? So we did start and looked on and advanced in Susus, where it's actually an African-based model that we've evolved and understood to look better as a crowdfunding or an investment group. And that's what we're going to be displaying today, to just give you to open your minds up on the understanding of financial equity, financial stability for ourselves, and our generations, not only our babies, but about thinking about 20 generations out and how we create that stability. So to present to you, to take over a little bit for me, because as a team, we have collectively come as an investment group. And these are two of my strongest partners in it. Fred, which is with PNP, I am Power Flower. Marjorie is also with PNP. And we're going to take you through the structures of, just these ideas and ideologies to help us sustain our wants.
Okay, so I'm going to go upstream now, give you so you be comfortable as you present. You have something to present, yes?
Yes.
Fred will be doing a share screen.
So I'm going to go upstream, and then you have the floor for the next few minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Great. I'm sure we might have some technical challenges here as I try to share my screen.
That's fine. Do you see that share screen on the bottom?
Yeah.
Well, as we start through that technical difficulties.
Okay. This is my
Awesome.
Thank you, Bidamin. Thank you, guys, for inviting us today. I'm here with Marge Menza, and we are going to be sharing as a collaborative between PNP Village and Power Flower. What we did was in the past couple of weeks, we've been studying wait, I'm having some feedback. I hope I'm okay. Am I audible properly?
You sound okay.
Okay.
You
So
sound okay.
we've been studying susu as we know it in and around the United States and even around the Caribbean and Africa. There are various versions of susu, and what we did, we studied it, we participated in it. In the beginning, it worked beautifully. A lot of households got blessed with the gifts that we were sharing among each other. But as we studied it and looked at it closely, long term, we found out that it was unsustainable. And what that susu means is that you can't be able to start an amount, say $500, all right, and you end up getting a lump sum amount when you got into the flower position. And a lot of families got blessed by that, but again, long term, it was also unsustainable. So we decided to make some changes with how we looked at susu. Uh, so we decided we needed to think outside of the box, okay, and be creative with how we proceed forward, knowing that long term it will not work. Okay, so most of you who are listening and watching us here today, you probably are involved in other super groups. If you look at it carefully, it does not, the number just does not work if you are not consistently and continuously bringing people into the group. And so it became very difficult, and we needed to pivot to what we now call the investment club. All right, we started an investment club utilizing other communities or other programs that are around and are being very successful. And Diana, what we are doing is we brought in three different crowdfunding programs that are operating to give our members the utmost benefit. All right, we are collaborating with wealth producers. We are collaborating with Auto Bitcoin. We call that Auto BTC Builders, and we are also collaborating with CBW. And the idea is to actually make sure our families are benefiting utmost, okay, to the fullest. We are in the United States and all around the world, and people are going through some difficult moments where they find it difficult to find a job. And even if they have a job, the jobs are not paying them sufficiently. So we need something to help supplement our income. So this is a great resource where we are coming together with a plan to help elevate our individual families. So we are operating in three different phases. Three different phases. The first thing we do is we bring you into the first program, and it costs only $100. Imagine turning $100 into a serious financial success. All right, $100 it is to get started. We bring you into web producers first. All right, Diana, are you able to see? Are you guys able to see my entire screen with the matrix?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's cutting a little bit, but I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
And this is one of the structures of the programs that we do. Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me go back a little bit. All right. So we merging or partnering with ref producers, Bitcoin, and then we will be joining CBW, and we can talk about each one of them. Wealth producers, as I said, you starting with only $100. You entered a phase one or level one where you will ultimately walk away, take home $400. $400. All right. And then you get automatically enrolled into level two. In level two, you will automatically walk away with $1,000, okay, through the process of crowdfunding. And in that crowdfunding, when you walk away with $1,000, we enter you into the second phase, the second program, which is the auto BTC, which we will talk about very shortly. So then level 3, we automatically enroll you into level 3 through that crowdfunding process again, and your total take home is $1,100. All right. We automatically enroll you into our third program. Our third program is called CBW. It costs $1,000 to enroll you into that. You are automatically enrolled into that, and you will take home $1,100. Again, in the fourth level, which you are enrolled into, okay, it is a $2,500 board. You will take home $4,100 at the end of that cycle. We enroll you automatically into the final stage of that program, which is level 5. And in level 5, you will take home $16,400. Now, let's look at Auto Bitcoin. When you get enrolled into Auto Bitcoin, there are 6 levels. Okay, you start from the feeder level, and in the feeder level, you end up enrolling into level 1, which you generate bits and pieces of Bitcoins. Now, let me tell you something about Bitcoins. Bitcoin is a up and coming, very fast growing phenomenon in the market of foreign exchange, Forex, and it is taking the world by storm. A few years ago, Bitcoins you purchase, if you purchase Bitcoin at $100, probably about 10 years ago. Now one Bitcoin is valued at over $16,000. One Bitcoin. All right. So what
Can
you're doing?
can I
Yes.
interject real quick?
Yes.
Just for those who don't understand what Bitcoin is, this is also where we're talking about diversifying in our community. And I love the message that came to Africa Knew This is we're here. But just for those who don't understand, there is a new format of money coming that's called digital currency. And especially in our community, and I hold the word equitable changes for real. If we can step in front of certain things, Bitcoin would be one of those things, because on a global structure, monies are becoming digital. So that if you're not familiar with Bitcoin, this is a digital currency, and it's also a way to diversify your portfolio. Keep going.
Awesome. That's a great point, Diana, that you made. But just to continue this, when you get enrolled into our Auto BTC, there are 6 levels that you go through. From feeder level, you go to level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the total income from this particular scheme is in excess of $220,000. This is how it works, and this is just a general overview of Auto BTC. At level 1, you can see in level 1 there's a total income of potentially of $630, depending on the value of Bitcoin at the time. It could be more or less. As you advance to level 2, your total income can be $1,890 thereabout. Level 3, and a couple of us are around that level. The total income you get from that is about $5,670. Level 4, you get a total income in the U.S. Equivalents of $17,000 plus. Level 5 is an equivalent of $51,000, and level 6 is a total or equivalent of $153,000. So in an aggregate form, this will total over $220,000 that you can accumulate over that period. So as Diane was alluding, cryptocurrency or Bitcoin is a big part, it's getting to be a big part of how we live. we are all familiar with going to the ATM machine and taking out our US dollars to spend. In some countries, you are now seeing ATM that's dispensing Bitcoins. So it is a free flow of business transactions that you can benefit from. A friend of mine says documentation beats conversation. And I love that. And I love to share a few weeks ago, about 4 weeks ago, I started with auto Bitcoin, and it cost me $67. $67 because the Bitcoin was valued at about $14,000 at the time. So I paid $67 to get started, Diana. And today I have, this is my back office. I have in my back office, my total balance is 0.1184 Bitcoins. 0.1184 Bitcoins. And I thought to go to Google and Google what is the equivalent value of 0.1184 Bitcoins in US dollars. And this is what the value is this morning. I have $2,137 in my wallet, if a digital wallet you will call that. Everything is digital, like Diana said. Okay, so we now has formed a collaborative arrangement with Power Flower. We are working with their group in getting the members enrolled, involved with us in these different financial arrangements. We're excited to work with Diana and her group of folks. And we have a collaboration going on. And how can you, watching this stream today, be a part of this? You can be a part of it by just contacting us. Any one of us. You can contact myself. My telephone number and email address is on there, or you can contact me through Telegram. Marge Menza is the coordinator, the general coordinator for the program. Her telephone number is there. You can contact her by Telegram, or you can call Diana, the Honorable Councilwoman Diana Revolus. She is the leader of Power Flower, and her telephone number is there, and you can contact her by Telegram as well. So I want to stop sharing here and take any question from Biderman that you might have, or Diana, if you have additional comment you want to make, I'd be glad to take questions.
One of the questions, and then I would love to let Marge speak for a second if she wants, but one of the questions was, how did I get started? So if you're asking about in the SUSU world or in investment world, I actually got started, again, because it started with family. A family member brought me in, but I was already working in real estate investment. I just recently got into local politics, but I own a ceramic studio, and I'm very heavily involved, second generation involved in the community here. My parents both ran organizations where I grew up in Stamford, Connecticut. So the reality of how this started is just a simple fact of seeing the necessity and urgency in certain things of medicine, again, in education and community and in resources, but being annoyed with the fact that we always have to look for the financial resources for it, right? So there's two things I started realizing with everything I was touching. It's very political and you need money. And as a Pan-African, as a Haitian American, first and foremost, and coming from the history of 1804 and the birthing place of Pan-African ideals, and we used to even mint our own currency. It has to get to a point where we are a lot more self-sufficient. And that's what got my start. But it was definitely the ideals of a SUSU. It's because we were in a family program. A family member said, hey, I put you in this. And as I was put in this, I got to learn, I researched it, and I ended up taking over our team and our program. But my start was really plighted because the need of financial equity and financial stability within our community. Marjorie, and if we have any other questions, please feel free. Marjorie, is there anything you want to say?
Yes. So I just wanted to mention that when I first joined the SUSU world, it was Fred who brought me in. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a feedback. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. So
We
we
can hear
have a
you clearly.
mind, yeah. So technically we have a mindset that, okay, we work hard, you get a job, you survive. But most of us, especially in the African community or the Black community, we really do not have that mindset of investment and taking risk. So when Fred initially brought it to me, yes, I do have a mindset, but I was kind of skeptical about the whole Susu situation because I was used to the traditional Susu. And now this is Susu on steroids. This is 2.0. So it took me a while. After a lot of convincing, I thought about it and I joined him. And I do not regret doing that, taking that step. When the first one, like he said, we're trying to pivot from that one because it's not sustainable. Everywhere he's going, I'm following him because now we're seeing there are other opportunities out there. For example, the crowdfunding opportunity with wealth producers, the Bitcoin with Auto BTC. That's a whole nother era that sooner or later the value of the dollar will not exist. It will all be digital currency. So we're in telling our members, come on board right now because it's cheaper to enter. If you wait till probably next year, it might be the price might go up. And just to speak a little bit on the fluctuation of price, when Fred and I enter, it was about 63, 60 to $65. Now I've been signing up most of our folks, they're at $100. Just 2 days ago, we had a spike, an increase in the Bitcoin, and we all that are involved in it, we made a little profit, but people had to sign up at $115 USD. Now it's constant at 105, but we're hearing that it's going to go up again. So maybe by next year, to enter the program, it might end up being $200. So a lot of folks are interested. We're educating them on the value of cryptocurrency, like digital money. So a lot of people are getting interested because this is building generational wealth. This is not just a get rich scheme, it's building generational wealth. So a lot of people are coming on board at this point. All right, Diana, go ahead.
There was a question that came up. I'm going to answer, but I also you. And they said this is interesting. How is the bridge of the how do we bridge the issue of unfamiliarity with digital currency? How do you get a digital susu to make a leap or advanced concept? I do want you guys to answer this, but I will just when you come into because when I was first told about the okay, when I say the model and attainable things, what we're doing now, like for example, the wealth producers you saw for the Bitcoin situation, at the most, all I would say is if you come in, just show them the information. Don't try to convince anyone. Just show them the information. Once you start seeing your own profits come, and you can show that too, there you go. But we have it a very simple of if you signed out, we have something you can just send, they watch, they see. Like minds will understand. There are some of us that are here to build it so they can come. There are others that will come when it's built. And it's okay. If you're one of the people that will come to build, we're talking to you because we're opening doors for those ones who will come when built. And for you guys, if you want to answer that, because that is something we all deal with on a normal basis, how do you think going over the impact of the old Susu to get people engaged and involved in what we're doing now and investing? That's another thing I want people to also do. Change the word of a Susu to investing, and these type of models with digital currency. What would you guys say?
Yeah, so let me comment if Diana, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So the good thing is we learn from experience. We came in, we experienced, we research, and now we're in a better place. New things are always unfamiliar, and I can understand why somebody would be wary of the susu word, because there's a bad rap across the continent regarding susu as we know it, because a whole bunch of people who start susu, and guys, I'll tell you, susu is a math, it's a science. If you don't know how it works, it is going to fail, no doubt about that. But what we are doing now is we are taking a phenomenon in the crowdfunding world, and crowdfunding is very popular. GoFundMe is a crowdfunding program, and a lot of people start GoFundMe project because they're trying to fund maybe a vacation or a healthcare, a hospital bill, or to send their kids to college, or to bury somebody. There are a lot of GoFundMe initiatives that get started and get funded. So with the Auto BTC, it is a crowdfunding program. Let me step back a little bit, Diana. You know, we are all aware when Facebook first started. People were kind of skeptical about Facebook. You know, why would you want to go on Facebook and put on your personal business, talk about your family, and talk about your pastor, and talk about everybody, and just do some crazy stuff on Facebook? But in a short few years, Facebook is a multi-billion-dollar company. All right, and so the same thing with cryptocurrency or bitcoins. If you don't get on the program on the ground floor level of purchasing Bitcoin today, you are going to regret it in the future, because, like I said, 5, 10 years ago, one Bitcoin was valued at just $100. $100. Today, one Bitcoin is equal to over $16,000. So this is also including in an education component where we would teach people about what Bitcoin is a little bit, and get you to a place of familiarity where you can feel comfortable of sparing $100 just to get your investment started. You know, I don't think you are destroying your whole financial bedrock by just sparing $100 to invest. Investing is about taking chance. Investing is about building your future. So I understand the question about the wariness, but we invite you to come and ask more questions, and venture into just sparing $100 to get started.
Just to say something. I'm sorry, Diana. Just to expand a little bit on what Fred said. So back then, you could not purchase bits and pieces of Bitcoin. You had to purchase the whole Bitcoin. What this company has done is broken it down where we can purchase bits and pieces of Bitcoin to add up to the whole. So just keep that in mind, that because right now I think one Bitcoin is worth 17,000 and change. So there's no way we can afford that to buy several Bitcoin unless you're a millionaire. But this company has broken it down where you can just buy just a fraction of one Bitcoin and increase on the value of it as time goes by.
Let me answer the last question.
So I was just going to say with that question, and I'm going to let you, but and you take it from me, Fred, but I just wanted to put out this COVID, in the economic impact of COVID and the lockdown with cryptocurrency. We are in right now the situation that shows you how we are going to cryptocurrency because of COVID-19. In the structure, for example, and I'm sorry if I'm getting choppy because I can see it, our world currently is low on coins, for example. Our cash amount in America is depreciating. The dollar is falling. So in the realm of this world now, cryptocurrency is where you want to put yourself in the front hold so you can start proceeding in the time, grow with this money, because that's where it's going. It's unfortunate because I personally say I want to still see currency, but the reality is, let's say, for example, if I told you Google was coming out right now A lot of us passed on Google because we didn't understand what a search engine was. Now look how marketable Google is right now. There's nothing you can move away from without seeing a Google. This is exactly what the Bitcoin structure is showing. And the COVID pandemic is actually ushering it in. So this would be the time to show your family, show yourselves, look into it. Just like they said, when I was first brought to Bitcoin, it was at like $67. Right now, the piece of it is at $100-something, which equals to about $2,000, right? So and I want you guys to proceed with that question if you can. I hope my internet wasn't acting up because it looks like it is.
Yeah, you kind of choppy. Hopefully the audience
heard me.
is getting you, because you given a very great expose on
We
Bitcoin.
share the link for the Bitcoin as well if you need. I really hope you guys can hear me. I'm sorry if I'm chopping out, but everybody else is right now. I'm just going to refresh. Guys.
Yes, Diana, thank you for posting the link. Thank you for posting the link.
You guys heard me?
Yes. Am I
okay,
audible?
And I hope you guys heard me. I had a little bit choppiness, so I hope you guys heard me. But you can continue with the question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Fred.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me give this one last say on the lockdown of digital currency or cryptocurrency. Recognize that digital currency is in competition with the dollar as we know it, or any other currency for that matter. And so there are powers that be in the beginning that tried mightily, and they're still trying to shut down digital currency. But digital currency, cryptocurrency, Bitcoin is not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, it is getting more powerful. And as you can see or tell by the performance in the foreign exchange market, that Bitcoin is being fluctuating between $15,000 per Bitcoin and $19,000. It is projecting that it will hit in excess of $70,000 for one Bitcoin. That's the projection. One Bitcoin is going to hit and or surpass 70,000 US dollars. Guys, you want to get in on this phenomena as quickly as possible, as soon as possible. Please contact us. There's a form that's been affixed here online. Please click on that form to join us, or you can contact us, Diana, Marge, or myself at any time to have further conversation. And if you're part of another organization, or whatever that organization is, and you are interested in having us come and speak with you, please contact us. We'll be glad to come and speak with you and your members. I want to thank Bitterman and the rest of the African Business Month organizers for allowing us to be a part of this conversation today.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Diana. Can you hear
and
me?
as a final word, and I say my partners, but just as a final word for all of you guys, thank you for doing this. Thankful for having this platform. And whatever your dream is, whatever your hopes are, whatever advancements you want to do, financially, we're just here to give you an opportunity to make that happen for you, your family, and not only, but for the diaspora. Think of our community as a whole. Think of our comings, our advancements as a whole, and how we can help each other. We are one of the strongest financial groups here, but we put our money straight out of our pockets. We never turn it around within. This is our time to take our monies, take our ideas, take our families, and create sustainability, no matter what's going to happen in a pandemic, this and that, or whatever. Our sustainability, Africa's sustainability, the diaspora's sustainability should be our main projection. And this is just a vehicle to help that. And thank you again. Everybody who is speaking is amazing for your time. And just, make you, your family, and your vision come first. And fortunately, we're just giving you models and motifs to make a financial leap to that without even having to think about it, and have something on the back end to just be a cushion for us and you as a whole. And that's my final thoughts. Does anybody else want to say anything?
Okay. Anything else? Anyone wants to say anything from the team before we move to our next speaker?
And please get involved in local politics.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Please
Thank you
get
so
involved in
much.
local politics.
All right.
Thank you, guys. My team.
Here we
And
go.
Frances, I see you commenting. She's part of the Haitian American Collaborative we're a part of too. Thank you for that's my other side of it. And right there, I love her to death. These two are amazing. Everybody on the platform, everyone, thank you for your work, for your dedication. You got, thank you. Just thank you for the platform.
Yeah, thank you. And Liberia is represented here too. We are from Liberia, March and I from Liberia. It's wonderful to see this, and hopefully we can get more actively involved in what you're doing.
I just wanted to say thank you for saying that. Our whole community is diaspora. We come from Africa. We come from the Caribbean. We come from Europe. But we're all Pan-African. We're all from the diaspora. Yeah. So we came to meet you from a group of African women. So this is directly connected to what we're doing.
All right, then. Thank you so much. Thank you. So right about now, we'll be going on a short break, very short break, but trust me, we are in for much more interesting things to come. This is just the beginning.
Hi. Ever wonder why? Let me tell you why when I wake up every day to come to work, I wake up with joy and happiness knowing that I'm going to the most beautiful place in the world. That's Splash of Africa. The reason why I go with joy there is because it's my own business. And because it's my own business, I take a lot of joy, not only in owning my own business and being responsible for myself and only answering to myself, but also I get to show people in Scandinavia the beauty about the culture of Africa and its products and services. Owning one's business is one of the best things you can do for yourself because it makes you self-reliant, it makes you independent, and basically it makes you happier so that you're working for yourself. So I would advise all our African youth, young couples, if you can, try to do something for yourself, try to build something that can make you proud and make your community, your family, and your friends proud. This is Edwina at Splash of Africa.
I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place. I said I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place.
Oh, my mic was muted. Welcome everybody to the season finale of African Business Month. My name is Abna Deborah, or Deborah Abna, whichever one you prefer to call me, and I am here with a very important guest, Doctor from Zambia. Doctor, can you introduce yourself, Doctor?
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Chisala.
Dr. Francis Kishala from Zambia, Japan International Disability Special Rapporteur. I want to give a presentation on the African businessmen entitled Disability and Technology in the 21st century, the way to go. The disability movement before independence, they were not regarded as human folk, and most of the talents that were being tapped were tapped just because they wanted to create a special identity whereby the persons with disabilities should be segregated based on the physical appearance. But today we thank the Pan-Africanism movement, which has brought up a new innovation of inclusion of persons with disabilities in all sectors of economy. I also appreciate the effort which the Global Pan-Africanism movement or network through the Office of the President, Daniel Mwambonu, for having accorded us a platform in the history of the African continent and the world at large. The essence of technology vis-a-vis education in the modern world requires to adopt a philosophy of not leaving anyone behind. If at all we embrace one another, be it in businesses, be it in politics, be it in churches, be it in scientific research, all of us, including the blind people, the deafs, we are ready to face the challenges together with you. The Ministry of Education all over the world should rethink when it comes to creating the curriculum databases, because education without technology is meaningless. Therefore, not to waste the time, I have just a few items which I would like to leave with you. Although I may not have the link, but I believe that you are not going to just take it and without even looking into the efforts that we have put in place. The global Pan-Africanism has also embraced education. I was also reading about the Twi languages and other instructors and professors and lecturers. If at all, in your various destinations or countries of origin, whether in Africa and in the diaspora, if at all, we can also include persons with disabilities, those that have been exposed to innovations in technology, research, management, and science and technologies, so that we move together as one entity. Thank you very much. May God bless the global Pan-Africanism movement. May God bless Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I have a question. If anybody would like to be in contact with you, how may they find you?
Those that would like to get in touch with me, the following are my details. Email address fchishala, small letters, fchishala, small letters, at gmail.com. Or if at all there would be people who would like to phone me via my mobile phone, the following are my numbers. Code number Zambia is 260 978 90 24 23 or 260 968 45 31 16. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tushala. I really, and everybody who watched this really appreciates your message. We really don't take enough time to think about those who are disabled, and this has been happening for so many years. We definitely have to be better and understand that whoever you believe in, I personally believe in God, but I believe that God created everybody to be equal. So someone who's disabled is not less of a human being than you and I. We definitely have to make sure that we treat each other better. You know, the golden rule is treat others the way that you would also like to be treated. Thank you so much, Doctor, for that message. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Dan.
All right, so up next, we will take a quick break in which after I will be speaking a little bit about youth in business and why more youth need to get involved in business. Thank you guys for being here, and I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Okay, guys, so my name is Deborah Owusu, and I am a CEO of a company called Black Star Taxes. But before I talk about my company, I will briefly just talk about why I decided to get inspired and why I decided to start a company. So, growing up, I never really wanted to be the person that would grow up and work for somebody. I was taught by my grandmother that if you can control how much money you can make, you are the richest person ever. You know, in Africa, we think that growing your own food, growing this, doing that is not really important. So I was taught by her many, many things. I was taught how to farm, I was taught how to sew, and I was taught how to cultivate for my own. I'll be honest, when it came to farming, I was never interested. I was also never interested in sewing as well. But I decided that I wanted to do something for myself. I got inspired also by some of the other women that were in my life. What they told me is that we globally, as a race, we will never be taken seriously unless we do for ourselves. I'll give you guys an example. Ivory Coast and Ghana produce the world's largest supply of cocoa. Cocoa is the seed that is used to cultivate chocolate. But if you look in the chocolate industry, who dominates the chocolate industry? We have Mars bars, Kit Kats, all of these chocolates that are not even good for us, are not even good for us. They're not produced and sourced properly. And the people who actually pick those seeds, they get paid next to nothing. If you look in Europe, it's the same thing. I always found it funny when they talked about Belgian chocolate, Swiss chocolate, when none of that chocolate even comes from Europe. This is what I mean when we have to start from a young age. It shouldn't be that people get to 40, 50, 60 before they start realizing that they can do for themselves. I would hope that more of the youth get inspired and understand that you're never too young to start. This is African Business Month. How we could free ourselves, Malcolm X said, is by starting to create for our own and supporting our own. In this platform, I hope that everyone understands that this is the beginning. We have a special guest that is also joining us. We have Miriam.
Hiya, good evening.
Good evening, Miriam. I know it's a little bit early, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. No, the time is perfect because I'm in GMT time zone. And awesome hearing what you're saying. I was just telling my 9-year-old that we're having to pay £3 a cup. We really should have it at home. But he wanted the Costa experience. And I was explaining to him that it actually comes from Africa and the South America, but the best is from Africa. So yeah, it's we need to make that voice louder. And thank you. You look gorgeous, by the way.
Thank you. So you were here last week.
Right.
I mean, it was really an interesting topic. You really went in. But today you are here once again.
Right.
But before we do get into the topic, do you mind introducing yourself for everybody who's new to the program?
Right. Thank you very much. I'm Miriam, and an African at the core, and a globalist externally. I do all sorts, but predominantly project management has taken me into various sectors, and some accidentally, some by choice. But all is well when we take the lead on the issues that matter, on the ideas that matter, on the ideas that build a legacy. So I find myself building a legacy in construction and agriculture predominantly, as well as in the aspect of project management itself. That execution wherever we are in the world is very critical, and we should not be identified as the other race. Wherever we are, we should make the mark and be counted alongside any other race. And because some of the things that make life comfortable and cozy in the West, it is because of origins. It's because of Africa that some of these things are possible. We have beautiful furniture in the West. Where are the tree plantations that are bringing this furniture over here? We don't see tree plantations in England. There's not much cultivation going on the furniture wood plantations. So the luxuries that we cough up hundreds of and thousands and millions of money for is coming from our continent. Titanium, uranium, gold. We even have the gold price being decided outside of us when we are one of the largest producers of gold. And some other countries are holding onto their gold reserves with the hope that in future our gold depletes and then we end up with no value. We need to blockchain our resources. We need to know and track who is taking the resources from Africa, but we need to do it actively. So I get super excited. I'm an evangelist for ideas for Africa. Thank you very much. I hope that's all right for an intro.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. So the topic that Mariam will be discussing is Bridge to Africa's Success.
Right.
Okay. So, I mean, we know the problems, of course, but what do you think that we can work on?
It's understanding our value, understanding our worth. A lot of times we are given a perception about ourselves by somebody else. We allow those perceptions to be created about us. Yet we have the power within us to define who we want to be. Let's look just for at the basic. Look at how we construct our homes. I always like to use the extreme. Look at how we construct our homes in the village. We're not doing that for longevity. The house that my great, 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 great grandpa lived in no longer exists because it was temporary. We were not permanent in our dwellings. We have some dwellings in Africa that were permanent, but they're museums. We have our land that we keep calling our land, only because we have an address by tribe to say your great or your ancestors lived here. But we don't have that personal attachment that we can point at physically. And last week we were talking about infrastructure. And today I thought, okay, let's discuss the success that we want. What is it that we crave as a human being? Forget about an African. What does a human being crave? We want the basics. We want comfortable shelter. We want warmth in winter. We want good food. We want all those things are within reach. So where does our success lie? You know, I've got recordings of my grandmother telling me how she was married and how much of a dowry or bride price my grandfather put down. And that was a lot of cattle. And people my age can't even afford that in a single salary. But my grandpa had such wealth, such that after marrying grandma, they even lived a wealthy life with livestock and with pieces of land. So that was them. And their success dwindled because they were married in the early 1900s. But now we are here today. We are not embracing that ancestral power of tilling the land, of knowing the resources, of having a relationship with our dogs as hunters. Hunting is now a sport and banned across our nations. Right, let's move with the times. How am I protecting the environment for my future generations? Am I just letting all the granite be extracted off to Italy, and then what is freely given to a foreigner, that foreigner is selling to Malibu property developers 30 centimeter brick at 29, 30 euro per brick, but a pound is going to a whole truckload. So these are the things that we need to look at. What are our natural resources? What are our precious metals? Earlier, I shared with some other colleagues a map of Africa, and it's something that I shared, I got from a colleague, forwarded to me. And it's a map of Africa and what is on every corner, every square inch of Africa. Now, I've got it here on my phone. I don't know whether it would be, so if I can share it, I've got it here. So every little thing, every little item there it's a resource. And this is how the West views us. What can I extract from the Gold Coast? What can I extract from the East, from the South? So you see crude oil in this corner, crude oil there, natural gas there. And the conversations that the West is having is saying, okay, from the top of Africa, how can we create vessels that move that gas towards us for our own benefit, not for Africa's benefit, but for our own benefit. So the bridge to Africa's success is going to be knowledge of what we have, who we are. A lot of times we delve into identity politics. That's very important, but that doesn't always build the desired success. Otherwise, 2,000 years from today, our offspring are going to be having the same conversation on identity politics. We need to harness the identity politics, and we need not necessarily put a price tag on it, but we need to put a price tag on Africa, because there's a price tag on the West. If you're coming into the West and you're coming from Africa, okay, what is your educational qualification? That's a price tag. Education, on average, say $10,000 a year. Say if you're doing it in Africa, it'll be slightly less than that. So you've done 4 years of college, and that's $40,000. Okay, so what is your, you've done college, perfect, you score a point. And what is your specialty? So that's the price tag that they're putting on us enjoying or getting access to the West. But we have no price tag for Africa. We're like, come all for nothing. Come and loot. Come and exploit. And we don't call the shots. We've got African Union. I have no idea what it stands for. At least I know what Organization of African Unity stood for. There was a solidarity purpose for war for liberation. But what is AU now? What is it all about? I think it's disorganized. They dropped the O, so it's no longer Organization of Africa. So you look at the petroleum, the iron ore, and there's two extractors, the Far East, which is China, and the West. They're the beneficiaries of what we are set on as a continent and are not recognizing the value. We're not putting a price tag on our communities to say, hey, mate, if you want to get the gold that is in this village, you're going to need to build a hospital. You're going to need to put roads that we will use long after you're gone. You're going to need to put electricity. You're going to need to develop this area before you can take an ounce of any of our resources. I like that comment that's coming through. The African Union Organization is a big scam. I am not yet qualified to call it a scam because I'm still trying to understand what it is. So I shall have to learn from my esteemed colleagues here. But these are the things that we have to do at a nuclear level. Let's not have ourselves taken advantage of, and let's stand our ground. I'm even doing it locally in Oxford, where I stand my ground and say, the community in England, we should benefit as locals first before developers come and take our land. I do the same, and I've got the voice here, and my voice is respected. I want to see my brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles and cousins and great aunts and uncles actually taking the same position. There's still the culture of seeing a foreigner as a saint. Yeah. We need to get out of that. We still allow ourselves to be ripped off by the Chinese that even come to quarry, our local quarry, and export it. And some of it sell to us in our own continent. I've heard horror stories, and some are made up, some are verified. Colleagues in Angola were showing me where the new Angolan airport was being built. And this apparently a Chinese, one of the Chinese people or companies were extracting gold and diamond and continually claiming that they doing the foundation. It's a special foundation required. And when they did get found out, they were given 24 hours to vacate. They were given 24 hours to leave the country. So we need those kind of protective measures on our resources to say, look, if you're exploiting and you're not giving the community that you are exploiting a resource off of, if you're not giving them what they call for, and or you're not living it as an improved society, then leave now. There shouldn't be any room for negotiation with exploiters. I recently read, now this is unverified, unconfirmed, but the Chinese were building the Zimbabwean parliament in exchange of something. I'm not quite sure what that something was, but there is a statement to say that there is actually a brawl that is brewing between the Zimbabwean government and the Chinese forces company that built the parliament. It's not even occupied yet, and it's already got some cracks. It's falling apart. So we need not allow mediocrity amongst ourselves by allowing a foreigner to come into a country which actually has measures that qualify and certify quality and construction standards, and then somebody just comes because they're foreigner, they get a blank check, they build something, looks beautiful, but is not sustainable. So we need to know our community, know our resources, and run with our country as ours, not as if we borrowed it from another person. It is God-given, and we have the God-given right to protect it for future generations, even if it means we will come to a point where we'll say, right, we have stopped the extraction of gold. We have stopped the extraction of precious minerals. We blockchain them and we compete at par with the international community. The same thing, Canada is preserving its diamond reserves, dealing with Africa. But to get to a kimberlite quality in Canada, you might need to do a kilometer, but in Africa, you might need only 100 meters. So we are allowing ourselves to be exploited. The bridge to our success is to reverse that trajectory and say, we want to be the people responsible for our generations to come. We want to be responsible for our resources. We don't want this modern day slavery of being enslaved while we are holding an independence date and certificate, which has added no value since, I think it's Ghana that was the first independent, wasn't it? And so we need to change that. I'm proud of my Ghanaian brothers and sisters because Ghana is doing a lot better than most parts of Africa. But even in that doing a lot better, there's still a huge element of exploitation. But in terms of even getting a seat at the table, Ghana is doing better, and the value of the currency, which measures economic stability, is doing well. But we want to see more and more historically marginalized societies come on board. We want to see our neighbors, Liberia and Sierra Leone, we want to see them come at par. We can't have Ghana, which is right next door, have a good economy, strong currency, and the sister next door is having to depend and rely on donations for basics. So that has to be fixed, and it's fixed when we are honest, when we have a true Africa Union. You see it in Europe. If I want to study anywhere in Europe, the fees are going to be pretty much similar. I'm not going to struggle to get anything because I'm within a union. And yet in Africa, the union doesn't even begin to speak any form of unity, except for one unified voice when saying yes to the West. We can't have such a voice that is voiceless represent the interests of a third of the world's population. We are a force to reckon with. The bridge to our success is also our health. We need to find out, how come my great-grandpa lived to 100 years old and he lived thousands of miles away from a hospital? What sustained his health? Do we need to be taking birth control? Do we need to be taking supplements? Do we need to have our diet defined by somebody else? Where is the weakness in our governments in terms of provision for the majority? Because the handful of leaders with exposure, they travel, they import from all over the continent and the world. They have luxuries elsewhere, but the majority of our people are still deprived. The majority of our people have not got running water. The majority of our people do not have continuous, constant energy. The majority of our people do not have stable housing, stable accommodation, affordable. The majority of our population do not have access to education. Yet the people that are being brain drained are coming from those communities. So it's now gone beyond a call for diasporans to help, but because diasporans are helping. Every day someone is remitting. Western Union has become even stronger and richer because of our community sending and remitting to the 800 odd million people on our continent that rely on us. We can't identify companies that are manufacturing the things that we crave for, the wants, the luxuries. We importing from China, we importing from England, from United States. Why do we have to do that? In Southern Africa, we even importing chicken from Brazil, from Argentina. And yet we've got the best climate all year round to be rearing our own chickens. Why are we not doing that successfully? So these are the issues that I think would build success in our continent. Look at the telecommunications companies. Let me show you this book. I'm going to get up a second. A little bit unconventional, Miriam, but that's me. So this is what my colleague and mentor wrote. It is a bridge to a prosperous Africa. So in this book, this is Mutumwa Mawere. It's available on Amazon, but Amazon is not ethical. I'm going to share in the group where you can order it directly. But one person, I've got a spare copy, and let me see if it's signed. I don't have a signed copy, but I can append my signature to it because I endorse this book. This is about the telecommunications sector in Africa. Not a single one of them got successful because of donor agents. There was individual African people that put their own wealth, that believed. The Western companies, yes, and individual, yes, they invested, but the bulk of the owners are African. This is an example of how we can bridge success across the board. Why can't we do the same for the health sector? Why can't we do the same for the roads and the toll gates and build goods that work? Why can't we do that? So we can build a prosperous Africa ourselves without relying on United Nations, which we signed up to. Kudos to them. They have done a lot to give Africa a voice. We are an equal, we're supposed to have equal seating and equal dipping into the pocket of the United Nations. We are member states. A lot of our African countries are member states to the United Nations. United Nations has got a wing specifically for business. They've got an academic wing where they do research and publish papers that inform investors on how safe it is or unsafe. We have our colleagues in Central African Republic being categorized as unsafe. Why? We need to ask ourselves that. Why is it weapons continue to land on our continent and not machinery, industrial machinery? Why is it an AK-47 is easier to get access to than a tool to build, a tool to manufacture? We need to have these conversations. Many a time we have had our colleagues blame religion, but no, religion is something that is constant and inherent spiritually in us. If you look at various archaeological and historical publications, the origins all point to Africa. So we should own the world religion. And there's even arguments to say Jesus was black. But all that is because we are fighting identity politics more than industrial politics. We need to delve into the industrial sphere without fear. And we now have an equating platform. What I say now is going to be heard in the present moment before it's edited. Whereas before, we had to wait for somebody, we had to wait for publications, we had to wait for categorization. Now we've got Twitter, we've got Facebook, we've got Instagram, we've got YouTube. The moment I say something, I have preached, I have evangelized, and the next person can do the same, and the next, and the next. We need to have this voice loud. Imagine how everybody knows what's happening with Manchester United right now, this very minute. Everybody, as long as they've got solar somewhere deep in the bundu of Africa, they're watching Man U, they're watching Liverpool, they're getting involved and included in conversations on who should be the next player to be bought. That's the kind of voice that we need at an industrial level. So that's my topic for today. That's my passion, to see us equally accessing and equally challenging that which is prescribed to our continent. Thank you very much, Deborah.
Thank you so much, Muriel. And I do agree with what you're saying. I think that it's hard to have these conversations with some Africans, to be honest, because I've noticed that even when I do have these conversations with some Africans, they'll compare and they'll say, oh, well, Nigeria, we have so much manpower. And I'm like, we need to stop settling for mediocre. Nigeria has a lot of manpower, but if you look at the economics of Nigeria, Nigeria is not doing that good.
Exactly.
Nigeria is supposed to be a superpower. It's not supposed to be, oh, well, because it's the second best economically country in Africa, then we're satisfied. Like, Nigeria is supposed to be on the world level.
We should be.
Not even just Africa. You know?
They say fourth largest oil deposit, but who measured and ranked us there? You know, we need to verify these stats and say we're probably the largest, you know, and we are importing tomato paste for Nigeria. Why are we not exporting? Why do we have, look at Italy. It's $1 trillion economy. They don't even have oil there. You know? They don't have diamond there. They don't have platinum. Well, they've got the Vatican, which. But we're not going to go into that for now. But this is, you know, one of the main government sites in Zimbabwe has preserved a mortuary which was used for the convent during the early 1900s when they were settling. So that mortuary is preserved better than my great-grandfather's asset anywhere that would be found anywhere in the country. That mortuary is a national monument. It's important to the Vatican, not to me, but it's there at the center of governance, where the ministers are housed to carry out the job that we elect them into MP office before they're handpicked into ministerial position. And that's the problem. Our bridge to our success needs to deal with the identity politics concurrently with the industrial politics of Africa.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Miriam, for your contribution. and
Thank you,
actually
Basil. These are conversations.
Africa's success.
Thank you. These are conversations that ought to carry on, ought to provoke action. I believe and appreciate that each one of us is contributing positively, significantly within our nuclear families. We need to take it further because charity does begin at home. I can't start talking about fixing issues at a community level when my own family is not in order. So there's a need for acknowledging each other at a smaller level and let the community grow that way. And I think we've started off on the right footing, thanks to Brother Daniel, who's persistent about us being heard and us organizing ourselves better. So thank you very much for having me. And I will stick around. I just have to do dinner. But it's always lovely coming here and sharing our hearts, sharing a part of us. And I'm provoked and quickened to do even more on the African continent than I had planned. And so I'm here listening to the others, and let's keep on keeping on. It's not done till the fat lady sings, and the fat lady's yet to sing on Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Awesome. Thank you.
So before we dive into the next topic, I think this was related to what Miss Miriam just said. Take a look at all the bad things going on in the continent. None of them condemn and try to find solutions towards these problems. Citizens are dying every day on the soil in their very own hands, but none of them are raising concerns. Well, see, this is the thing. A lot of citizens, I don't think they know that they're being taken advantage of. If they did, I think there would be a little more persistence. Because if you look in the case, and I know I like to pick on Nigeria a lot, but it's because I expect a lot from Nigeria. But if you look at the youth of Nigeria are waking up. You know, a long time ago, what was happening in Nigeria, the older generation, they just left it. But if you look at the younger generation, I know there's going to be more protests, there are going to be more riots, it's going to be bad, but it's for the good, it's for the betterment of the whole community. Next, we have okay, so we are waiting for Michael to speak next, and we are excited for that. But before he comes, we will just play a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back. Thank you guys for tuning in.
I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place. I said I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place.
Hi, brother. Are you there? Can you hear us? I think there's some technical difficulties. So just give us a quick minute and we will be right back.
Hi, I'm Martina Witter. I'm here from Rafa Therapy Service. What we do as an organisation, we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused in life. Are you struggling with high levels of employee sickness? Are you struggling with presenteeism? Have you noticed that a lot of your employees are struggling to engage with the culture of your organisation? If you answered yes to any of those questions, we are your solution. Economy loses £99 billion per year due to poor mental ill health. We can provide you with resilience training, mental health awareness training, and also training on emotional intelligence, which will help your employees to engage more effectively within the organisation. It will help them to provide the best service possible, and also it will improve the productivity rate. We also provide bespoke workshops around mindfulness, cognitive behaviour therapy, goal setting and confidence building. So once again, it's Martina from Rafa Therapy Service, and we're here to help you to be revived, restored and refocused.
Okay, so we will be speaking to Brother Mike. Actually, his name is Michael Tatsu. I know I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but he's the CEO and founder of Meg Farms, and he's also the events manager of African Business Month. What he's going to be talking about is harnessing agribusiness as the bedrock of the United States of Africa, and he's also going to be calling onto the youth. So I'm really interested to hear him speak about agribusiness and all of those things. Let's see if he is available at the moment. Hi, Michael, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate, and very nice to meet you.
Yeah, thank you too for having me.
So I did a brief introduction, but it's always the best if you always introduce yourself. Maybe there's something that we missed. May we please know who you are?
Well, I listened to your introduction and you did it perfectly. It's good. That's it. That's me.
Yeah. You muted your mic. I believe. Yes, please go ahead.
Positioning myself for network. Please bear with me.
No problem.
Yeah. So you were saying.
Yes, you are the fifth speaker that we have. So you can go ahead. The floor is yours.
Oh, okay. So it's nice having all of you. Greetings, yeah, from Ghana. It's Ghana. Greetings, everybody. I believe we are all doing great. Yeah. So today I'll briefly talk about agribusiness, and I first of all want to find out something from all of us. Maybe you being the moderator, you can speak for all of the other participants. Yes. So when we say agribusiness, what comes to your mind, Deborah?
Agribusiness, when I think of agribusiness, it's agriculture, so farming, vegetables, fruits, and the money that comes from that.
Ah, you too. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Anyways, nice. So it's a combination of agriculture and then the money aspect, right? So you have to work, feed your belly, and then you get money. That is agribusiness. So, well, briefly, I will engage all of us for about 15 or 20 minutes on harnessing agribusiness as the bedrock of United States of Africa, a call on the youth. Yeah, so that's what we'll be discussing about. Now, when we say agribusiness is actually the business of agriculture production, which involves the production, protection, sales, and marketing of the produce or the product to satisfy the customer's need. Also, we early on stated that agribusiness is from two main fields. And then these two huge fields were actually joined in way back 1957, comprising of agriculture itself and then the business. So making the term agri-business. Yeah, but before I move on to the main thing, I wanted to us to look at this analogy. It is called the crab analogy. So what do I mean by crab analogy? So we are taking a case study on crab itself, the animal. I believe we all know crab. So there is something interesting yet wicked about crabs, you know. That is, once you have two or more crabs in a basin, no matter how shallow that basin is, you don't need to cover the basin because obviously none of them will escape, you know. You can leave them in the open basin for weeks, none will escape. Even though each crab has the skill or the ability to actually crawl out, they will make sure none of them escapes the kidnap. What does that mean? It means that each of them tries crawling out of the basin, the others pull the one climbing down. They pull the crab down. So that will make them all in the same situation. So they will have this kind of idea that we'll rather die than see you go away. And then sadly, why am I stating this analogy? Sadly, many people have this kind of mentality, you know, and hence I think the psychologists also they term it what's that term? Crabology. They term it crabology. So crabology actually is a study of mental attitude and language action of individual within the society. That's crabology by psychologists. So in business or in agribusiness, young people must realize that we have to raise each other up. We have to desist from this analogy that I've stated early on. that you have to raise each other up, not to crab one another down. I believe you are following, Deborah. Yeah. So the law of attraction states that you actually admire or attract. You attract what you admire, but what you abhor, you repel. That's the law of attraction. So if we want agriculture or agribusiness to be lucrative, if you want agribusiness to do very well in Africa, then we have to admire the agribusiness. That is one way of it. Now I will briefly, because I do motivational talks as well, I'll briefly speak about purpose. I also speak about purpose, and I can hear myself. I don't know who speaker is. Okay. So what I was saying before, Angela. Hello, Angela. You're welcome. So what I was saying before you joined was that you have to admire, or you attract what you admire, and hence we have to admire the agri business. That is the only way we can prosper. Now, the youth as we are, we have to have the purpose in agribusiness. And once we have the purpose in agribusiness, I come up with this scenario that we have to admire your purpose as an individual. You have to admire your purpose in the agribusiness. So what do I mean by admiring your purpose? For many, the major turn off about purpose and everything related to it has to do with their age. Oh, I'm already old to do that. I won't be able to make it without my job at this age. That's another thing. And then that is for the young people. Like in Ghana, $1, my dialect, they say the Vioba Toma. So anyway, that's my dialect. It's going international now. So that is it. That is it. That's for the young people. That's for the children to do, or that's for the poor. Agriculture becomes the venture of the poor. That's the presumption, which shouldn't be so. So without this purpose, you realize that you'll be confused. If you don't have the purpose to actually venture into this agribusiness, you'll be confused. Mostly you realize that you are in unnecessary competition. Early on, I stated that we have to help ourselves, we have to raise ourselves up. So when you see business A flourishing, that doesn't mean that it happened overnight. It took efforts to get there. So you have to learn and go through the process. A speaker in our church service today spoke that although there was this word from Jesus himself that rise up and walk, the layman was actually having some difficulty. The knees might be weak at a moment, but the faith was there. He went through the process. So we have to go through the process. You have to take from the beginning. You have to start from there. And then mostly, if you don't have this purpose in agribusiness too, what happens is that you will be unsatisfied because you've seen business A doing very well in the sector, and then you are not, excuse my language, you are not so well or doing so well.
You'll be unsatisfied. You'll be like, what at all am I doing? I'm wasting my money here and there, and so on and so forth. And hence you'll be very bitter. You'll be very bitter. You'll be very bitter. That's another thing. So my call on the youth of today or of this generation is that let's have that purpose. Let's have the purpose of making agribusiness like the bedrock. Let's have the purpose. So people have the thing or the analogy or the thinking that purpose had to do with your job. You know, if you make your purpose your job, you'll be very ardent, you'll be very good at your job and so on. So my call now is that let's make, or as youth or Africans, let's make agribusiness the job and then the purpose. People will say, what is the difference between purpose? What is the difference between job and so on? I believe we have those things. Now, the difference between purpose and job, let me give one difference. The difference between, now, purpose gives the fulfillment and adds meaning to your life. You know, the fulfillment that you are doing something, you've accomplished something. That is purpose. But job pays the bills. You get it? So that's the difference. Purpose, you have the fulfillment, and then job, it pays the bills. So what do I mean by making agriculture or agribusiness the job and then the purpose? So the youth can still have the fulfillment we sought for and still pay the bills in agribusiness if we make it right. What do I mean by this? Doing it with ease. So your purpose is having the fulfillment. So agriculture or agribusiness, you are having this fulfillment. You are making, or you are doing your venture. You are actually working with ease. You'll be able to get it. Another way is that doing it with undying passion. Like you have the passion there. Let the passion be there. Once the passion is there, you easily flow. And then you do it right. Then it pays the bill. You definitely have the fulfillment there too. The last one that I will talk about in this category is that you have to be doing it with the full blast of satisfaction. So you don't do it anyhow. You get it. So making agribusiness your purpose and then your job, this are the few scenarios that we can look at. Now, many will be of the thinking that well, even this agribusiness thing they are talking about, what at all is it? What is there? What is lucrative about that? I will quickly touch on some investment opportunities that the agribusiness by itself have or projects. So investment opportunities is it both in the producing or by producers uh, and then processing companies. You get it? I'll break it down a little. I'll break it down a little.
We have
So
a couple
production.
minutes.
Mhm.
We have like
Sure,
about
sure.
3 more minutes for this segment.
Yes. I will break it down quickly in there. So let's look at production. What investment opportunities are there? You know, in agribusiness, companies have to process the produce from harvest. You get it? So companies, so it doesn't require, so when we're talking about agribusiness, we are not only pushing to going to the field only. No, you can invest in the aftermath of the farming. So production, processing, packaging, and so on and so forth. Another opportunity is the raw material. and also talk about the raw materials as well. So if the youth go into this venture, you realize that every day people has to eat. And then once we are consuming, then it means that we'll be able to pay our bills. So my call on the youth of today or of our generation is that let's come together, make agribusiness very lucrative, and then very affordable, very beautiful. And then let's use it to pay our bill. Thank you, Deborah, for having me.
Thank you so much, Michael. We really enjoyed your presentation, and I agree with you. The youth, we have to really make sure that we understand that we are the future and that the land that God has given us, we can actually use that and take it more seriously. You know, everybody wants to be a CEO, but nobody wants to use what they have.
Nobody wants. Mm.
I agree with your message. Thank you so
Sure.
much. Oh,
Thank
lastly,
you.
if anybody wants to contact you, how can they find you?
Oh, okay. So, Michael Chachu, and then, but do I have to put out my contact?
You can put it in the private chat if you would like.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That is it. That is it. So I will drop it there. I'll drop it there then.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Please be sure to give us some feedback. If you like this, let us know in the comment section. Next, we will be speaking to Angela, who will present the next presenter. So, Angela.
What's happened? Hello, can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
Wonderful. Sorry. You can see me, I can't see myself. So welcome everyone. I should say hello as opposed to welcome because the conference has been going for a while now. My name is Angela Santiamar. I am one of the ambassadors to Global Pan-Africanism Network in Ghana. And I'm also a founding member of Power to Our Mothers Foundation Africa. And I say, yeah, welcome. If like me, you're now coming onto in amongst the program and have had the opportunity to listen to our wonderful speakers and presenters so far. Thank you, Sister Abna, for the presenting you've been doing so far. To really round up what has been a great month of African Business Month conference events, the first of its kind for GPAN. So thank you for everybody who has shown their support by tuning in live, watching the replay, resharing the live streams, attending as a speaker or an exhibitor to show our brothers and sisters on the continent and in the diaspora of, the variety of businesses that we have, African-owned businesses that we have, that people can get involved with, can invest with, and that's the main thing. It's about how we can all come together in a way that suits ourselves, but essentially by supporting African business, no matter where it is based. So a big thank you personally from me and on behalf of Global Pan-Africanism Network. Our next guest, who we are happy to be joining us today, is a lady by the name of Tamara McKay of Stars Publicity. And she's coming to let us know a little bit about what it is that she does and to deliver her message to the Global Pan-Africanism or the United States of Africa family. Sister Tamara, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Welcome, welcome, Sister Tamara. Lovely to have you on the platform. If you can just briefly introduce your business, and then I'll hand over the platform to you.
Okay, awesome. So I am the proprietor for Stars Publicity, and I will give a bit more details in my presentation. And I also have a web series called The Trailblazers with Tamara McHale. Check it out on YouTube. It's very inspirational and it's an empowering program. And by profession, I'm a television presenter and a communication specialist here in Jamaica.
Fantastic. So I don't think there's really much more for me to say. I want to give the family as much time as possible to hear about the wonderful work that Sister Tamara is doing. So Sister Tamara, over to you and your presentation.
Thank you so much, Angela, and thank you to Daniel and to everyone that's tuning in. It is indeed a pleasure. It's my first time in Africa, although virtually.
Welcome.
Yes,
Welcome.
although virtually. But I do intend to visit one of these days very soon. So I'm going to be sharing my screen. Let's hope this goes good. All right. Application window. Okay, share. Okay, so are you seeing my PowerPoint, everyone? Angela, are you seeing my PowerPoint? Could you just let me know if you're seeing it clearly? Hello? I'm not hearing anybody. Okay, let me.
Sorry, there's a time delay. Yes, we can see your presentation tomorrow. Sorry, there's just a time delay with sending these things through.
Okay.
Please do continue.
Okay, no problem. All right. So let me go. Hey everyone, so as I mentioned, I am Tamara McHale from Stars Publicity. I am a millennial, but I like to describe myself as a tenacious millennial. I started out in television actually very early at the age of 19 years old in Jamaica. They had like a big competition and they were selecting a news anchor and I decided to enter and I won. And that started my television experience. I was just in university at the time and I've now been working in media and communications for pretty much 10 years. So it's been quite a journey. So Stars Publicity, as I mentioned, my background is in television. That's what I've been working my entire life so far and I love it. And I also studied public relations at university. I went to the University of the West Indies. And so while there, I did several freelance projects for clients locally and internationally. And after I realized I was getting some success with it, I was like, oh, let me just register a company on a whim. And so my company's official name is actually TNM Communications International. But under TNM, so it's a publicity and media production company. And then under it now, we have Stars Publicity, which deals with the public relations and the publicity for clients, locally, regionally, and internationally. And then there's another aspect which I will mention. So this is a former client, and this was way back in 2012. And this is one of our most popular papers here in Jamaica, the Jamaica Gleaner. So I did an entire feature on her and got her published in the papers. So I generally like to work with persons who have inspirational stories because my entire brand, and it's not even just a brand, that's just me. That's the person that I am. I'm into the whole inspiration and empowerment. So even the very work that I do should reflect that. So I mentioned that it started as a hustle. Because as I said, I was just doing it on the side. And then I decided to make it more serious. And our slogan is align with the stars. And we believe that all our clients can shine beyond their expectations, right? So the business model, we are a boutique style public relations agency. We also do a bit of digital marketing through an affiliate. And I did mention some of the things, publicity local, regionally, and internationally. also do sponsorship support. We also help with book distribution deals. This is another client. This is actually Dr. Eddie Connor. He's from Detroit, Michigan. And he actually has also been on the Steve Harvey Show. And this is one of Jamaica's most popular television programs, personality programs. So I got him on it as well because he was in Jamaica for a speaking engagement. So we did a lot of publicity for him. And this was just one of the programs. I also mentioned that my company also offers media production, content creation, and that is through my online program, my web series, The Trailblazers with Tamara McHale TV show, which is on YouTube, and you can check it out. We have like a lot of top personalities each week. So we have from bank CEOs of the major banks. We've had the former publicist for Steve Harvey, is also a client for Stars Publicity. We've had the premier of Bermuda, so like national leaders and the executives. Those are the persons we like to feature because people want to hear their story. They want to be like, how did that person become successful? And it's not just only hearing their story, but each episode they're also giving some key strategies for you to win at life. So it doesn't matter where in the world you are, it doesn't matter the sector you are, they are giving you their, rules on becoming a success and what you can do as well. So I think that is applicable whether you're in Africa, you're in Jamaica, you're in the United States, it doesn't matter. Moving on. So these were for another client as well, in terms of visibility for our clients. I did mention our tagline being aligned with the stars. These are another set of clients. They actually are from Canada. So, and they published a book called Lose Your Mental Virginity. And it essentially was that sometimes to become a success, we have certain belief and mindsets that we have to let go of. We have to literally retrain and reprogram our minds to get to another level. So they were another clients. And here I am with, this is actually the former head of publicity for Steve Harvey. Her name is Elvira Guzman. She's from Hollywood, Los Angeles. And I also did some work for her. And so the gentleman is one of the popular broadcasters in Jamaica, and he is one of the co-hosts for the most popular morning show in Jamaica. So we had, I had also, through my company, gotten her on this show and several other media houses. And these are some other clients as well. The person on the left, that's a Jamaican thought leader. She's also a UN ambassador right now. And then on the right, we have persons of Jamaican descent as well, but they're actually Canadians, but their parents are from Jamaica, and they had a non-profit that they were establishing in Jamaica that I also, through my company, got them featured in the news and a lot of buzz about what they're doing. Again, I continue. Women, these are some of my other clients. Here is Elvira, again, Steve Harvey's former publicist on a radio show, and then Dr. Eddie Connor featured as well. And this is a book sponsorship deal. So she wrote a book and did a book distribution deal to get her books in local stores. So that those are some of the services that my company offer. I'm not sure if you're hearing this. Tell me if you're hearing, because she's speaking here.
I definitely recommend working with Tamara McHale. She's my publicist out there, and whenever I release a book or whenever I'm doing an empowerment seminar, I contact her, and I do all of the media in Jamaica. And because she's already like a little superstar there, she gets tons of yeses. So I definitely recommend working with her.
Did you hear that? Can you? I know there's a delay, so just let me know if you heard.
We heard that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
I definitely recommend working.
Oh, sorry. Let me move on. Ooh, let me go back. I need to go back. All right. So now I'm looking at some reasons that we should support Black businesses. And one of them is, I actually came across this. I've heard about the phrase Ubuntu, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with it in Africa. I've heard about it before, but incidentally, last night I was online reading through some things. I was scrolling on social media as well, and I came across it, and I was like, wow, that's such a fitting message. So I'm not sure if you know, but even if you know or don't know, let me just repeat what it says, that Ubuntu is a very nice story from Africa, and the motivation behind the Ubuntu culture in Africa. You guys can tell me if I'm correct, because this is what I came across. And it said that an anthropologist proposed a game to the African tribal children. He placed a basket of sweets near a tree and made the children stand 100 meters away, then announced that whoever reaches first would get all the sweets in the basket. When he said, ready, steady, go. And do you know what these children did? They all held each other's hands, ran together towards the tree, divided the sweets equally among themselves, ate the sweet, and enjoyed it. When the anthropologist asked them why did they do so, they answered Ubuntu, which meant, how can one be happy when the others are sad? Ubuntu in their language means I am because we are, and it's a strong message for all generations. And the belief is that let all of us always have this attitude and spread happiness wherever we go. Let's have an Ubuntu life. I am because we are. So I believe that moving on in terms of supporting Black businesses, or Black owned businesses, then it is very crucial, because we all are in this together. And it doesn't matter if I am from the Caribbean and you are from Kenya, or whichever aspect of Africa you guys are tuning in from, or you're in the United States. It doesn't matter. We all are one, and we all have ancestral linkages. I mean, earlier this morning, I was doing a test with Daniel, and when he came on, I was like, oh my gosh, you kind of resemble me in a sense. And he laughed, and I was like, and you have my dimples. And he mentioned something about the Tahiti tribe. And I literally, after, I was like researching what is the Tahiti, people, or who are the Tahiti people. So we all are one. And I think it's vital that we support each other. So I go on to the great Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who, as we know, is a major Pan-Africanist. He's also of Jamaican heritage. He's actually Jamaica's first national hero, and he's known globally. And I love this quote from Marcus Garvey that said that, up you mighty race, accomplish what you will, right? And I believe that another reason for us to support Black businesses is to close the racial wealth gap. So there is no denying that the statistics have shown that, especially when it comes on, even in places like the Caribbean, you find that it's probably 90% Blacks, but at the same time, the people who are the other races are the ones who are the heads of major businesses and corporations, right? So the problem is, what is wrong? And I remember when I did history, I studied history in high school, and we looked at Caribbean history, and then we also looked at African history. And one of the things I was enlightened about, because when we studied Caribbean history, we heard about, us being slaves and transported from Africa and across the Middle East, and some came off in Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean, and, that kind of story. And then when I did African history, I'm hearing about we were kings, and, we're in Egypt and we're rulers, and I was like, wow, how come we don't know about this so much? So I think it's important for us to support each other, and by supporting more Black-owned businesses, we create more opportunities for meaningful savings, property ownership, credit building, and creating generational wealth, right? I think that's very crucial. Let me hide this thing here. All right. And then another reason, number 2, is that it strengthens our local economies. So supporting Black-owned businesses in turn supports families, employees, and other business owners, as well as attracts community investors who provide banking services, loans, and promote financial literacy, all things that build economic strength. And again, Marcus Garvey was someone that was big on empowerment and education. I actually remember this from high school but I remember this dub poem that we did. It's like a poetry, and it was a piece. And I'm kind of, I want to say I'm rusty with it now, but I even remember this part that said that Marcus Garvey was a man who was born in the great island of Jamaica. And then there was a part that said he used to preach, he used to teach, and he loved to read the same one name, Marcus, and then we had the drumming and everything. So it was more like a dub poetry kind of thing. And I remember that from high school because we were learning about our history. So I believe that, yes, it strengthens our local economies. So that's another way that we ought to support our Black-owned businesses. Next is that number 3, it fosters job creation. So since Black-owned small businesses are likely to hire from the local community, supporting them can foster the job opportunities people need to achieve financial stability. So, I mean, it's important, yes, and we support other people, but we need to support our own. We need to come together. I mean, even on social media right now, one of my friends, and she's Jamaican, but she's living in London, and she invited me some months ago to be a part of this social media Facebook group, and it's Black-owned businesses supporting one another. And she has a line of patois talking dolls. So patois is our like local dialect here in Jamaica. And so when I'm in that group, I realize persons share all the time about, their business, and they share their business names and their ideas, and they share the websites and so forth. And other people are supporting them as well. So I think that's crucial. Number 4 is that it celebrates Black culture and it serves our communities. So these kind of business ventures uplift communities, fostering a sense of pride in the people that live there. And when you support Black-owned businesses, you get products that are valuable for the unique character they bring. So we're supporting our own. And there's certain things, there's a lot of talk these days about cultural appropriation, and sometimes other races or other celebs from other races sometimes may appropriate and use our own culture and make money off of it. When we have it, we know our product, we know it because we are the embodiment of it. So we need to be putting it out there. And again, for example, as I said, my friend that has the patois speaking dolls, it has been a hit, like not only among Black people, but also mixed races and other races as well. And it also helps to have that sense of identity because, for example, with her, she said one of the reasons she started that business was because when she looked around and her child is in London, and the dolls mostly that were available were the white Barbie dolls. And she realized, okay, she wanted her child to have that sense of identity about herself. So she made these nice looking Black dolls. And on top of it, they spoke the Jamaican dialect. So she wanted the patois. So what she wanted her child to have that sense of identity and to know where she was coming from. And she has also she's actually, I remember the last we spoke, she's actually planning on going into Ghana. So I think it's important to celebrate our Black culture and to create businesses from what we are offering. Number 5, it holds other companies accountable. So you vote with your dollar by divesting from inequitable kinds of practices and hold such companies accountable. And further down the road, you empower successful minority-owned businesses to implement equitable policies. So what I mean by this is that, so we've seen where other companies from other nationalities, unfortunately, some of them are racist, and they will have practices that are unequal or unequal, I should say, compared, in terms of the racial divide and the number of persons that are of African descent that they hire. As a matter of fact, on Sundays, I have a new episode of my Trailblazers web series television show. You can check out the one tonight. It's at 6 o'clock Jamaica time. I'm not sure what time that is for you, but that's in like the next, what time is it now? That's maybe like the next 4.5 hours. And the person that I have this week, she actually is, I'm not going to mention the store, but she actually is the first Black person and to work at that store as a director of design. That's a world-renowned department store. And I was like, wow, that is interesting. And she's like the only Jamaican, the first. And she said when she was hired, it was more of a token just for them to say that, oh, they have somebody of color here. And the funny thing is, that person, who I interviewed, she's extremely fair skinned, because like she's even fairer than me, like very fair. So even that, those are really inequalities. And so when we call out other people or other companies about those practices, and we're supporting our own, it forces them, even if they don't want to, but it forces them to actually realize that, because we've seen, even this year, we've seen where a lot of companies now have altered their hiring practices and they're hiring more Black people and having a more diverse thing. We've even seen it in the Oscars, last year when they had the Oscars so white, or was it the year before? And the diversity that is needed. So that's another reason. And some critical ways, I'm wrapping up. So some critical ways that we can support our Black-owned businesses. One is social media support. So we can help to elevate a Black-owned business on social media, and it lets our followers know about the products and services they offer. So, be sure to highlight the exceptional customer service of growing importance to customers. And the following hashtags, because I'm big on social media. Follow me on Instagram. So the following hashtags can help those searching for Black businesses to support. So hashtag buy Black, hashtag Black-owned businesses, hashtag BOB. And when you put in that, of course, you're seeing other customers. But we also have a charge. I also have a charge for our Black business owners, that whether you're in the startup phase or whether you're a more established phase, it doesn't matter. Make sure you're offering quality service to your customers, to your clients. So even if you're just starting out, for me, I just wrapped up an entire academy, a course with the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica as a part of a program. And as I said, for years, I was doing my company as a hustle. Now I'm formalizing everything. And I mean, one of the things you will hear sometimes where persons will be like, the Black businesses, they don't always have the best customer service, or, things like that. So you want to ensure that even as we are going to push to support our own, make sure that we are offering the best of the best. Make sure that we can be compared to the highest standard and be above the highest standard. So I think that's important. Number 2 is to write positive reviews. So we know that reviews are critical. If you're buying something on Amazon, I don't know if you guys use Amazon a lot, or you have an equivalent that you use a lot, but I know if I'm buying a product or anything like that on Amazon, I am searching through the comments, looking at the reviews, and I'm using that to help my buying decision, to realize that, based on these reviews, I'm not going to purchase that. Or based on the reviews, if it's maybe 80% or maybe 90% positive, then I'm like, okay, based on that, it's just maybe 1 or 2 negatives, so I will buy this product. So that also helps. And number 3, offer personal recommendations. Word of mouth is of vital importance to every small business owner. So let your friends, your family, your neighbors, and others you come in contact with know about the Black-owned businesses you're supporting. And that is very crucial. And that's the end of it. Before I wrap up, though, I'm going to show you a quick clip, because I mentioned my production company as well, and the Trailblazers web series. So it's just a 1-minute clip. I'm going to play it. But before I play, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate this. And these are my social media handles, or, well, most of them. On Instagram, I have tamara.mckale, which is my public page. I also have Stars Publicity. That is actually a new page that was created like I think it's like a week and a half ago. But so you can definitely follow it. I need the support. And then I have the Trailblazers with Tamara, which is for the web series. And then on LinkedIn, I'm Tamara McHale. On Facebook, that's the same. And Twitter, that's a new account as well. It's McHale New. That account was started like a month ago. So that's why it's called McHale New, because I had my old Twitter account. I I couldn't find back the account. I hadn't used it in a while. So thank you so much, everyone. Let me just quickly play that clip. And then we can, if you have any questions or anything like that, we can go to that. So let me just play this.
75 beautiful black X5. The driving at Tita, a second.
Are you seeing? Or I need to stop.
I don't think we can. I don't think we can see it unless somebody lets me know from the live audience that they can see it. But I don't see a visual, and you can't see my camera either.
Okay, so let me just. I'm gonna stop. And then go back. I'm gonna share again. I'm going to share it again. I think I need to go on the clip directly and then share.
Okay, yes. Somebody else can't. Yes, please do that.
Okay, so I'm going to share it again. Okay, I'm seeing it now. So let's share this again. You're seeing it now?
Beautiful black X5. The driving at Tita, a second. Grabbed my hand. She was like, "All right, show me." But I learned from Steve Harvey's office where I remember he had gotten fired from that particular radio station.
Hold on, so you got the scholarship of a lifetime. Yep. And while you're preparing to go, then you find out pregnant.
Yep. You just have to work at it and be committed to what you want to do. If you're going, get single minded and push certain things, they never get accomplished.
Hey everyone, I am Tamara McHale, producer and host of the Trailblazer series. Remember to subscribe, like, comment, and share. And join the Trailblazers family for weekly inspirational episodes every Sunday. Click the link below to find out more.
All right, so thank you so much. I have a demo reel as well. Once you go onto the page, the channel, you can watch all of that and you can check out some of the episodes. And as I said, I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I believe that we all are one. Bob Marley said it best, in terms of the songs that he sung, in terms of unity. And I think it's important. And Bob Marley, of course, Jamaica, one love. So I think it's important that we, support each other. So thank you so much, guys. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you, Sister Tamara. Unfortunately, my camera is not working, but I trust that you can hear me clearly.
Yes, I'm hearing you clearly.
Wonderful. Thank you for taking us through that. Very important. A lot of what you said. Generally, one point I would pick up before we wave you goodbye is this point about ensuring that we do our best to deliver very good customer service. I do agree with that. We should always try our best. We suffer from this stereotype that Black people are lazy and everything else. So it is, I reaffirm that it is important for us to do our best. And I think it's also important for us to realize the reality that actually comparing ourselves to the West, I would say, the West, the European, the Caucasian, necessarily isn't always a good thing, because we forget that. So for instance, I'll speak for the continent. A lot of the times, or even here in Ghana, people will say, oh, but look at all these things, look at how things are happening in Ghana. But then we look over in the UK or in the US, everything is well. And what I say is that we often forget, but yes, it's because our people built those nations. So they had the resources that we have now been depleted from our own nations. So it's not an excuse to be lazy, absolutely not. But we have to have that in our mind. So yes, we must try our best. But I would also say, I think as a people, we need to develop patience. And sometimes we even have to spend a little bit more to support each other, but it's a good investment. It's a good investment in our people, you know, trying to ensure that our businesses are thriving, because essentially, like you said, unity, together we are stronger, and our focus is to ensure that we have an economy that supports all our people wherever they are in the world. So thank you very much, Sister Tamara, for your presentation, and we'd love to have you back again sometime, and wishing you all the best.
Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure, and I really love the spirit. I love the energy, and I mean, you know, I want to connect with my roots and my origins. So definitely, I'm here for it. And thank you so much, Daniel, for inviting me on this wonderful conference.
Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Tamara. I don't think there were any questions from the live audience. I don't know if there's anything, but given that we have so much that we want to share with the audience, Sister Tamara, we'll leave it here for now. So thank you very much. What I want to do now is to introduce our next guest, who's the lovely Ruth James. If you've been, watching our programs on the United States of Africa, she is not a first timer on our platforms. So that's Ruth James, CEO of S1 Tech Consulting LLC, and she's coming now to share with us about her business and the things, excuse me, the things that she is doing in that space. Sister Ruth, a big welcome to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Sister Angela. I'm really thrilled to be back. My message continues to be the same. I am an entrepreneur in IT, a management consultant. A lot of what I do is supporting private as well as public organizations and helping them to spend their IT dollars wisely. But the part of my entrepreneurship that I'm highlighting today, and what I've been highlighting throughout African Business Month, is the portion where I've focused on enabling education and providing a professional platform that our people can use to spread our education messages and across the diaspora and across the continent to provide professional digital education services. I have a presentation which I think will express that the best. And once we complete the presentation, then I will have a small section for talking. So let me go ahead and share my screen.
Okay, Sister.
Let me find the right one. Hang on. And it'll be this. It'll be this one. She don't want here. Okay, here we go.
Okay, wonderful. As that's loading up, I'll just take the opportunity to say,
sharing with you how you can use the Canadian platform to engage students around the globe with captivating learning opportunities, making your subject matter come alive on any brand of smartphone, tablet, laptop, or desktop computer which your students have access to. Why Kania Pro? Kania Pro is a refined cloud-based software that provides a centralized source to support learning. No need for servers, no installation required, and no waiting on peripherals to arrive in the mail. Kania Pro connects you to the world. You're able to leverage high-quality, easy-to-use, scalable, and cost-effective educational services while offering an interactive and integrated learning process. You can create your own courses to empower your audience to learn at their convenience, whatever their geographic location. You can also utilize Kania Pro's wide repertoire of curated courses for professional development or personal growth. Now, let's look at some of Kania Pro's highlighted features. Interactive live training sessions. We want learning to be interactive and captivating. Knowing that everyone learns differently, we ensure that we have a variety of tools to facilitate different types of learners and interactions. For example, our options for teacher-student communication include breakout rooms, chats, annotations, whiteboarding, and surveys to name a few. Let's face it, no one wants to be in a session that's not engaging. Course design and management. You can upload recorded sessions and use them as course content. We have a streamlined process to facilitate course development using accessed web content, presentations, PowerPoint, PDF, video, audio, and keyed in plain and rich text content. In other words, we provide a wide range of content formats to support course development. We also provide the ability for instructors to create learning paths consisting of multiple courses, which can be managed by establishing prerequisite requirements. Video slides give instructors the advantage of combining imagery with commentary or lecture to engage students through visual and auditory means. Image layers can serve as transition from one video to another. Instructors may also layer additional content over video content, emphasizing information with visual text or adding visual cues to highlight important announcements and reminders. Strategically placed video content can extend student focus and engagement. For visual learners and young audiences, traversing an image can be very effective. The instructor introduces the potter at work, then discusses the vessel being shaped, sharing insight into methods and outcomes. Attention is next moved to a finished work, a picture. Then, a look at some etching tools for carving patterns. Next, the instructor shares insight into painting finished works. Then, shares a bit on the clay supply, all the while maintaining the student's visual engagement and interest in the presentation. A popular approach to communication with online audiences is the use of animated text videos. Animated text videos provide another method for capturing learners' attention and interest. This tool provides endless scenario possibilities, facilitating creative expressions. And here's Nana to greet Ife and Kwasi after a long day at school. Animated text content has a wide array of applications. These can be used for storytelling in the case of young learners. Animated text can also be used to provide extensive annotated information to adult learners, a flexible tool with many applications. For example, here's some content on the benefits of the avocado, a highly nutritious, low-carb plant food. Eating an avocado a day is good for your health. Avocados are a fun food to eat, they're nutritious, and they're a good source of monounsaturated fat, which can reduce the risk of heart disease. Okay, not sure why this slide isn't providing the narration, but this is just an example of content where you need to provide a significant amount of content, and you can do that in a format like this where it's scrollable, and the users are able to go through the material at their own pace and move on to the next slide when they're ready. Now here's a course content presentation sample, which allows for conveyance of a significant amount of content in an easily digestible manner. Tabs are used to categorize information. The categorization by date, as shown, is very useful for sharing chronological or historical content. Students may choose to access details in the order presented, or may opt for a more random perusal of content. Parsing topics by tabs and seeking students' active engagement to display full content for any selected topic safeguards against students becoming overwhelmed by course content volume without sacrificing thorough coverage of course topics. Although we have barely begun to scratch the surface of effective digital courseware design, we hope that today's session is instrumental in helping you to gain awareness of the use and effectiveness of a diversity of course development methods. Communication management. Our secure communication tools make it easy for you to communicate with learners. You can create and make notifications, use our integrated calendar, manage mass messaging, create and manage discussion forums, as well as make, collect, analyze, and distribute test results. One of the most insightful features is the reporting tool. It gives simplified statistical insight into a course and the learner's interactions. Personalizing your account. Kania Pro is a customizable LMS platform that gives you the power to personalize your account. If you have a website, we can map the website to your Kania Pro account. We can add your logo, color scheme, and your selected theme from our collection. Why blend in when you can stand out? Additionally, Kania Pro lets you gamify your e-learning experience to keep users engaged and motivated throughout their learning journey. To do that, the Kania Pro LMS offers some of the most popular and battle-tested gamification techniques: points, badges, levels, and leaderboards. Selecting the Kania Pro platform means having access to features that will enrich both instructor and learner experiences. The ability to connect and empower your audience globally through interactive virtual sessions, a wide repertoire of curated courses for personal and professional development, which you can use for your own organization or offer to clients, the ability to drastically reduce or eliminate course facilitation-related travel expenses while extending your client base, device-agnostic course accessibility anytime, anywhere, the ability to extend LMS content with developed content, the ability to customize and issue certificates upon completion of courses or seminars, a professional platform with integrated calendar management to schedule and manage live instructor-led classroom sessions or individual consultations, an easy-to-use platform that does not require technical skills to engage clients. All right. Okay, so that was the presentation. Since there was so much to say, I thought I better create something formal and have that ready. One thing I would like to, a couple things I'd like to emphasize. As you can see, it is a professional platform. It handles the range of learning that you would find online, from leisure learning that people engage in optionally, all the way to a platform that can handle scholastic distance learning for educational organization. We've had so many discussions in our group and our forum, and I think we all agree that a critical aspect to us realizing our objective and our vision of a socioeconomic emancipation for our people is education and putting information out there that can help people to transform their existence. I would like to share that, of course, there are varying price points for using a platform such as this, but I am 100% committed to our cause and what we're trying to do. And any members who are part of GPAN or associated with GPAN, and you have an educational initiative, or maybe you've been thinking about it and wishing that you had a method to actually make that happen, I can assure you that I will work with you and I will get your stuff out there. We'll get your stuff out there. We'll figure it out on how we can make it work. But I am absolutely committed to helping us get all of our educational resources out there. So please feel free to reach out to me and we can take it from there. Any questions? I'm not sure who's moderating right now. I know Sister Angela had to leave. Brother Daniel, are you on? Okay, while we're waiting for the next moderator to come on, I want to share that the presentation that I just shared with you, it's really for actual individual organization owners to take advantage of getting their education resources out there, accessible and online. We have another initiative where we're working to pull together professional resources from the community and create a platform that is as a whole geared towards addressing certain issues amongst our people in the diaspora. Right now, the first team that I have engaged are the historians. And as our sister who presented before mentioned, there's different types of history. There's different types of ways of presenting the stories of the past. And she shared a contrast between the one type of history that she was taught, which was focusing on enslavement and really had a purpose of seeding that as a source of origin for African peoples, across the diaspora, as opposed to a different side of the story about who we were before 400 years ago. And so we have gathered together an initial team of historians that are passionate about telling that story from our perspective. And we will be launching a platform that has that focus. But we don't just want to stop at history. The next group that we are looking to engage are a group of economists who will help us understand the history of the economic advantage that the economic position of Africa today, how we got there, and how we can change that dynamic. So there's a lot of things we need to understand, and there's a lot of things the average African needs to understand. That's a huge push for our platform, that we understand that there are different communities, and as different communities move forward together, there's always a background, there's always a foundation for the collective, and there's always a vision and a retelling of their story from their perspective, and there's always education that helps to focus them together as one people moving together with one purpose. And so we're looking to help to create that platform for our people. And so, yes, we've engaged our historians. We're going to look towards engaging our economists, and we are going to look towards engaging our artists to work together on that platform. Since I'm not a moderator, I'm not sure how to take questions. It would be great if I would be able to get some interaction. Let's see. I believe the next group that's coming up, thank you, Brother Michael. The next group that's coming up is actually Resplendence education team, and I'm not sure if they're ready. Resplendence Language Arts. Thank you, Sister Shayla. Are you ready? Okay, Sister Shayla is ready, but we need a moderator to bring her on. Brother Daniel, are you available?
Hi, everyone. Hi. I hope everyone is doing well. I've been loving all of the presentations and so forth. And Ruth, you and I actually reached out to you about your business. So look at that. We're connecting already. Exciting. So let me just tell you who I am and what we do and how we do it. And thank you so much for Daniel and team, Asante Sana, Madasi. I just said Swahili entry. Thank you for allowing us to have this kind of platform, a whole month of a platform. So it's really exciting to discover African businesses and how we can relate and how we can work with one another in the community and abroad. So speaking of abroad, Resplendence Language Arts, we're actually, I like to say this because it is kind of true. We're the first true African language house. Why do I say true? Because we not only teach like your common tongue in different parts of Africa, like Swahili or Tree or French, we also do the local languages. Like our professor here, Hamisi, he speaks Luguru, and right? And also, I roll my tongue a lot, so part of that. So it's really exciting that we're able to provide our students with the opportunity to lean in a little bit differently, right? As we are moving into the continent, doing business with the continent, chilling on the continent, anything, vacation on the continent, it would be better if we had a way to communicate more robustly. So that's what we do here. We try to help you communicate because communication is key. You hear that all the time. It's very cliche, but communication truly is key. And it's one of the first steps in order that someone else can understand what you are saying or doing or how you're feeling. You communicate, right? So how can you go into a country where you don't know the language or not even bye or, salutations and responses? So we do all of that from level beginners to intermediate to advanced. We also offer private tutoring and group classes. So I'm going to say a little bit more things, and I'll let Hamisi start his class. That's what we're going to do today. But in terms of the languages we cover, that's a lot. So let me just try to go from the top. Hamisi, you might need to help me. So of course, Swahili, Luguru, Kikuyu, French. I'm going. I'm missing a whole bunch, of course. Most of the Ghanaian languages, so Tree, Fanti, Ga. We are about to hire an EVED teacher. And then there's what am I missing? Oh, duh, Hausa, Yoruba, and then Fungbi, and then new coming in January. We have a lot of other ones that we're unveiling to include the Bubi language, or the Bubi language, excuse me. The Bubi language, which is from Equatorial Guinea, which is actually where I'm maternally ancestrally from. And so we'll be running that language course, which we're really excited about that. And we'll also be running Spanish. In addition to that, we offer islands too. So a lot of places they do like the Tree and the Swahili and the French, but no islands. So we offer Criollo, which is Cape Verde, and then we also offer Mauritius Creole. So this is really exciting. We have, again, the island languages, the continental languages, all to help you from a virtual live perception and opportunity. We provide a dedicated WhatsApp, so much support and resources. Our general logo is "Come Learn with Us," and we really do mean it. You definitely want to connect with us on Instagram, which is resplendence.languagearts. And then also on our YouTube page, which is just youtube.com, Resplendence Language Arts. And then on our Facebook page, which is resplendence.languagearts. So come learn with us. We have open enrollment currently for Tree and Swahili and private tutoring in all our languages. If there's a language that you're interested in that I didn't say today, you can always send a support ticket or question to info@resplendentlanguagearts.com. Now, with that being said, I'm going to transfer it over to our Swahili teacher. He's in Tanzania, and we all know how Tanzania and Ghana are really popular on the continent right now. And he's going to do a small presentation for us today. So without further ado, Brother Amisi, come on.
Okay, thank you, Sheila. So, hello. Yeah, I am Hamis, as Sheila said. So I am in Tanzania. And today I would like also to share with you some a little bit training or some courses about time. So here we'll see the concept of time, and also we'll see some little bit session concerning the time. I share my session. Do you see it? Hello.
Yes, you can.
Okay, it's fine. So we have the something which we call the sa. So here in Tanzania and East Africa, when you're talking about sa, you're talking about that three things. First, it can be sa, which means watch. So I have the example here, sa nzuri means the good watch. Then the next meaning of sa is time. So when I say sa means time. That's why also you can ask sangapi, which means what time is it? And the third one for the sa is an hour. So you can ask, if someone asking you what is time, so you can say maybe saa moja. Saa moja, moja is one. So this means is 7. So we have another here. We have the cultural issues in time telling. Also, I'm avoiding the danger of the single story. Yeah, but most of the Tanzanian or East Africa, when we're talking about time, we have that cultural things. The first one, we have the difference of 6 hours between the Swahili time and the English time. In English, the morning start after 12 a.m., while in Swahili, it start after 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. Hence that we have a difference of 6 hours. In other words, the day is considered to be from sunrise to sunset. So in Swahili, a day is starting from sunrise to sunset. It means giving us moja asubuhi up to 12 jioni. So the night start from the sunset to sunrise. Many Swahili speaker would use asubuhi, which means morning, mchana, which means afternoon, jioni, which means evening, and usiku, which means night, to be more specific on the time they are referring to. The second cultural issues in time telling, there is some places here in East Africa or in Tanzania, we keep time by using indicators such as sunrise. Hello?
Go ahead, Hamid.
Yes. So we keep time by using indicators such as sunrise, sunset, cock crow, maybe when cows come home or when hens and chickens go in. Also, we have another cultural issues. When people come late in meetings, it is not only because they have a lot of work, but also, hello?
Go ahead. I don't know what's going on here. I think people can everyone mute himself or herself, please?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So we have a lot of, but also the different concepts they have on time and the indicators of time they use. You know, if you're using the indicators, actually there is a possibility sometime of going long, maybe for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. Yes. And then generally in Tanzania, cultural, especially in informal interaction, deadlines and schedules are just unestimated or proximal concept. Appointments and different social events such as wedding usually do not take place on a planned time. Yeah, then also as I said before, I'm avoiding also danger of the single story, yeah, but majority. And the last one, cultural thing, traditionally relationship here is much better rather than time. So that's why sometimes if you have maybe the meeting or you have the wedding, and you met with some people, so you need to stay to take some time to with them rather than to be hurry in the meeting, because the relationship here is matter rather than anything. Because we believe as an Africans, you can do anything yourself. You need some company from others. For example, if you have the wedding, you depend from others, maybe can contributing like money, others maybe they can contribute to you some food. So that's why relationship is much better here in, in Tanzania and East Africa, I think. Even though some of them, yes, as I said, I'm avoiding danger of the single story, but for majority, yes, relationship is very, very considered rather than anything. So after looking the cultural issues and time telling, let us looking the session. If I say saa ngapi, means what time is it? In Swahili, we are differ for 6 hours with the English time. So we say the opposite time. We say the opposite time from English. For example, here in English, they say is 8 o'clock. But the opposite of 8 is 2. So in Swahili, we say saa mbili. Saa mbili means mbili is 2 in Swahili. So if we say saa mbili, kamili, kamili is o'clock. So saa mbili o'clock, saa mbili kamili is the same with 8 o'clock. So if it will be in 9, in English, if it's 9 o'clock, it means in Swahili, it will become, we say the opposite time of 9. So it will be saa tatu kamili. If it will be the English time in 12, so we say the opposite time of 12, which is 6. So if someone asking you saa ngapi, and when you are here in Tanzania, you will see your short arrow. If it's in 12, so you need to say the time, the opposite time in Swahili. So if it's 12, you will say 6. So here you say saa sita. Sita is 6 in Swahili. Then we have something which called dakika. Dakika is minutes. So if someone asking you saa ngapi as before here, saa ngapi, what time is it? So you will say if it's 10 past 12, and the opposite of 12 is 6. So you need to say saa sita na dakika kumi. So 10 minutes, kumi is 10. So minutes is dakika. So saa sita na dakika kumi means 10 past 12. I think I prepare many things. For example, here, if it will be like 20 past 1. And the opposite time of 1 is 7. So here we will say saa saba. Saba is 7. So saa saba na dakika ishirini, which is 20 minutes. So for today, let us ending here, even though also the session is still having another thing, but here I just said a little concept of time here in Tanzania and how we saying a time here in Tanzania. So for more session, I would like to welcome you to joining us in Resplendence Language Arts. Yeah, here I think it's no, I think here in the Resplendence Art of Language, you will get many things, many languages from Africa, and I look forward to you in my one of my future session. Karibu sana. So
thank you
I'm
so
done.
much. Are you done, Hamisi?
Yes.
Excellent. So that's just a little taste, a little example of what you'll receive from Resplendence Language Arts. Most of our classes are on the weekend because we do understand that people work during the week and have responsibilities. We did try like an evening class or a day class, and these just weren't ideal considering we did with Globe. We have students in the UK, United States. So we've one time had a student in Brazil. So we have students all over the world. So normally we can get together and have our classes on the weekend. So our classes do run on the weekend. We try to make them really convenient within your time zone. So definitely look out for that on our Facebook, on our YouTube, and things of that caliber. Finally, before we hand it over to the next speaker, I want to let you guys know that we just completed a raffle, our Thanksgiving raffle, which we awarded a student 1 hour of free private tutoring. So we've been doing kind of little gifts throughout this weekend because in the United States it's kind of considered a holiday. And this is this time of the year global for holiday and giving. Monday, which is considered Cyber Monday, which it's like a big thing online, we're going to be dropping another discount, guys. Only you guys will know early. This is early access. So we'll be dropping another discount where you can take advantage of it. So again, come learn with us. And Asante Sana, Madase, which is tree. And I hope you guys have a great day. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much,
Taylor. Bye-bye.
Miss, this is a beautiful presentation, as we all know. Swahili is something that we as African people need to know this language. I can't wait to actually register myself. Thank you so much for this. And I'm going to get all the details after I finish up here.
Excellent.
Thank you so much. We still have our viewers here on. If you guys have any questions for Hamis and Shayla, please pop them in here. We're gonna be bringing them along, and then people can ask whatever questions they have. And I'm pretty sure people understood your way forward, how to communicate with you. So our next guest here, we have Edwina Flatten of Splash of Africa. Hello, Miss Edwina.
Hi. Good evening, Doctor. Good evening, Dr. Unati. Good evening.
Thank you so much. It's amazing. We are in all parts of the world. In the morning here, or just after 12 in Canada, and I can see you are in the Netherlands. I'm gonna give you a platform here shortly, but before you speak, I'm gonna give a short. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but I'm in Norway now.
Are you? Oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, no, Miss Edwina, she is Jenny Taylor Flatten. She got her degree in business administration in Netherlands, and this was after working in the corporate world. And then she transitioned to the humanitarian sector in Liberia. She served as the program manager for ZOA, a Dutch non-profit organization, after which she became the chairperson of Christian Association for Regional Development, which is called CARD, C-A-R-D, playing a vital role in propagating quality education. She and her team organized fundraising events in Europe where she basically lives. Welcome, Miss Edwina.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Kindly share your expertise with us. We are keen to hear and understand the work you've been doing globally.
Well, basically, I'm here basically to talk about my business and how I promote African culture and African entrepreneurs as well. I mean, if I start to talk about everything else I've done in the past, we'll be here for the whole day. And I'm sure you have other esteemed guest speakers who would love to talk more about themselves.
Go ahead, sis.
So, well, as you said, I lived in the Netherlands, studied there, went to Liberia, worked with ZOA, a Dutch non-governmental organization where I implemented agriculture projects and we built schools. We did advocacy projects as well. So it was a whole. I was the project manager for one part of the country, and from there I started Card Europe, and from there where we also implemented projects in Liberia and Card. And then I started Card Europe, Card Liberia and Card Europe. We also made 2 computer-free schools in Liberia, one in Liberia and one in Sierra Leone. I'm giving a brief, quick breakdown of it. And from there, during Ebola, I helped to get support for Liberia and Sierra Leone with promoting events called Kick Ebola Away, Dance Ebola Away, Hit Ebola Away, Walk Ebola Away, Run Ebola Away in major cities where we got people from local communities to join, and the proceeds. We did not send products to Africa, to Liberia and Sierra Leone during the Ebola from the proceeds we got. We sent the money because we wanted to save every penny by sending it. It costs a lot to ship something, then clearing, then everything. When you can actually support a local entrepreneur by buying from them, and at a time, so that's what we did. We sent the money there, and the project was done for the Ebola. I managed to get from Waka Power. I managed to get them to donate 10,000 lamps, solar lamps. In fact, I was the one who introduced them to West Africa, and 2,000 of those lamps was donated to Sierra Leone, and those lamps were mainly used in areas where you had first-hand nurses and doctors trying to treat people in these places where they had lack of power and stuff like that. So I did that as well, and then I went into the renewable energy business as well, where I dealt mainly with solar power and bio energy power. And then I got tired of traveling. I miss my kids because I live more on the plane than on the ground. So
where are your children?
Well, they divided. They split themselves. One chose to be with me in Norway. The other chose to be with the father in the Netherlands.
Okay.
So yeah, but I keep contact with they keep contact with each other and everything. So I decided to settle down, which I did, and I wanted to do something that I loved, something that would not keep me traveling too much at all, or really at all. And I decided to do something that would be color and show our African culture and also help entrepreneurs in Africa. Because during my travels, I got to meet a lot of entrepreneurs through the humanitarian work I did. And I noticed that we as Africans were very resilient. We're very beautiful people. Our culture is wonderful. We're very warm-hearted. We, if given a chance, we can do a lot. And we have done a lot. Without Africa's technology, we wouldn't be having this conversation in this way. So I decided to do that, and I'm glad that I did that because being my own boss, it's really fulfilling. I've been working for myself since 2010. So I don't think I can work for anyone else. Even my husband is having a hard time telling me what to do. But that being said, it is fulfilling. And I've started now on a project called Seeding Africa, where it's not yet launched. We will be launching in January, hopefully by the powers that be in the universe, cosmos, whatever you want to call it, God, whatever. And that is the agriculture project that is meant to bring some sustainability to Africa and to help combat the food shortage in Africa and everything. So it's going to be it's a project I'm looking forward to. So that's it in a nutshell. And that project, by the way, Seeding Africa, is made by Africans. It's formed by Africans in the diaspora and on the continent. So it is an African for African project, meaning that it's us as Africans helping each other. That's the main goal of it. We want to show that we are there for each other. We can help each other in everything. So that's it. And yeah, so in my store at Splash of Africa, we have beautiful products and everything. I talk fast. I know. Try to listen a bit faster. We have beautiful products from all over Africa. That's almost all over Africa. Pardon. There are a few countries I've missed. That's why it's called Splash of Africa. The previous slogan was called Bring a Splash of Africa to Your Life, but now we've changed it to We Do Not Conform, We Create. And we're going to relaunch, rebrand in December. So it will be a whole different site. And we'll also have on our site of vendors, potion wear. For Africans, it will be very affordable, extremely affordable. So you can put your stuff and sell your stuff on that site. So we're going to have that. And that being said, I have a video. I hope you get to play it because I think it's a beautiful video. It talks about, because we've been talking, which isn't bad, about entrepreneurs, encouraging them. That is very good. But we've always we have forgotten business to business. So African business to African business supporting each other. And I think we need to do that as well. And hi all, welcome to Wednesday at Splash of Africa. I'm going to show you a brief video view of the food room. Here we go. This is the food room here. All kinds of canned foods, kalalau, palm butter again, corned beef, spam, African Fanta, as you can see, curry, all kinds of curry. Here we have all the meats. We have cow meat, we have cow feet, cow stomach, cow skin, all here. This is the cow section. Yeah, we have breakfast stuff. Golden Morning, Born Vita, Peak Milk, Nido. Oh, by the way, I forgot to show you this Liberian oil made in Liberia. One of the best first grade oil, palm oil. Quaker oats we have, as you can see. Kabato jeune, white flour, different jams, ginger jam, guava jam, M&M's chocolate paste. All the various teas, as you can see here, ginger tea, slim tea, lemon and ginger teas, Fitney. Here we have more beans, red beans, kidney beans, Africa fufu. Have all kinds of various stuff, rice. Have all of this, seasonings, fioretto, tiare de molokai. Lots more, even okra from Africa. We have okra, we have fondue, bobolo. We have chili from Uganda. We have ginger from Africa as well. Everything here is from Africa. And here we have our dried fish. We have a different sorts of dried fish. This is Capitan dried fish. We have mackerel, smoked mackerel. We have Barberman dried fish. We have a pipe fish. We have a pipe fish. We have matoke here. We have matoke. We have sweet potatoes there.
We have sweet
We have
potatoes
yams
there.
there. Ghana yams.
We have yams there. Ghana
We
yams.
have yams here.
You can see we have yams here.
The yams we have here, yeah. We have
The
yams
yams
there.
we have here, yeah.
Yes side here we have
This
brewers
side
from
here
South
we have
Africa.
brewers from South
This is a
Africa.
brewers, South African meat made from beef.
South African meat made from
We
beef.
have South African.
We have
smoked
South
turkey.
African. We have smoked
We have
turkey.
turkey, fresh frozen turkey.
Fresh frozen turkey.
We have fresh sausages
We have
too,
fresh
made
sausages made also
South
made
African way.
South African way.
We have smoked turkey. We have smoked chicken.
We have smoked chicken.
We have langadista.
We have langadista.
Delicious pork.
Delicious pork.
All organic.
All organic.
The pig, the animals were fed
animals
well.
were fed well.
They were let out loose. They were fed corn and stuff, so they're not processed. We have this one keep the vegetables, as you can, and fruits rather, the fresh ones. As you can see, it's almost finished. We have fish there. We have a goosey, peppers. We even have plantain chips, as you can see. We have plantain chips there. So yeah, this is the
food room here.
That's from a view, from a quick bird's view.
I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place. I said I'm living good, I'm living great. Everything I do in the first place.
That was something. Thank you so much, Sis Edwina. That was extensive, and thank you that we can still.
Well, Dr. Yudati, unfortunately, that was the wrong video that was supposed to be aired.
That's an old video.
That was an
Oh my
old video
gosh.
showed before. Yes, the video supposed to be aired was sent in today that had a special message for today and had nothing to do with food.
Too bad.
Unfortunately, yeah. But I can share my screen if you guys want to see it. It's not a long video.
That's what was
you
available.
have to-
Okay, I'm not sure what happened. It's something that we can fix afterwards. Sorry about that. But otherwise, I'm so grateful that we could still eat our foods wherever we are. Thank you so much for that. My apologies for the
thank you
wrong
too.
video. You know what? Next is my dear friend here and my leader, Dr. Charles Odame Ankra. He's here with me in Canada. He is an air pollution scientist, basically specialist. He is also recently been elected to be part of the Council of Alberta Anti-Racism Council. We are so grateful to have a representation on the table. They thought they could bring such smart minds to come together and help curb this disease, because I call it a disease. Racism is a disease because those that are privileged, they don't even know or they aren't aware it's happening around them. So we are grateful to have people who look like us, who will represent us on the table and try to uproot all these beliefs and also give opportunity to other people in the minority groups. Doug, do you wanna share your ideas with the world?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sharing my screen now. I don't know if it's visible.
There is your screen right there.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
All right. So thank you very much, wonderful and amazing people. I tuned in earlier and I listened in to some of the fantastic talks and presentation. And I want to thank the organizers of this event, and that we should continue reaching out deeper to unearth other talents that are hidden around the world to come and share what they know with Africa. My name is Charles Odame Ankra from Ghana. I did my studies in Ghana as undergraduate in Ghana, did my master's in the USA, did my PhD in Canada. I'm currently the research manager for Global Analyzer Systems, company I work with. I'm also an adjunct professor at the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, where I teach, of course, air quality issues to the students because of the knowledge gap that I identified for the upcoming students. And then also I just came up with a new device, invented a new device to help monitor air quality, which has been patented, and we are in the commercialization phase. I also developed other instruments to help monitor, laser-based instruments to help monitor air quality in real time. And I've spoken at several international conferences around the world until 2020, and I've had zero travels in 2020 for obvious reasons, which was good. And I also am the CEO of a consulting firm called I call it 3ES, which is environmental and engineering services based. It's headquartered in Ghana, where we've started hiring new graduates and training them for air quality issues, because you will see in a minute why this is important. So why should you worry about air pollution? Why must we worry about air pollution? One, the answer is very simple. It kills. It kills, and it kills fast. It kills today, it kills tomorrow. It does not discriminate. I always say it as is. That's what air pollution does. It kills you. So it doesn't discriminate whether you're rich or poor, old, young, male or female, white or black. It doesn't care. It's like COVID-19. It kills. And you have realized that so far, COVID-19, where the death rates have been very high, are the countries with very high air pollution over a long period of time. So if you look at the countries they call developed countries, it has hit them disproportionately higher because they were exposed to air pollution for a long period of time. There are two types of air pollution exposures. The one that you can be exposed to very high concentration at a time, short period of time, and one that you'll be exposed to air pollution for a very long period of time, even though the pollution levels are low. So we need to ensure that we understand air pollution. And the reason why this is very important, it must be the priority of every country to tackle this is one, it kills and it has no selectivity. And in the medium term, it affects children and seniors most. One. And the second reason is that air pollution is invisible until it's too late. When you start seeing air, we are not supposed to see air. So when you start seeing air changing color, then you know it is too late. That is how deadly air pollution can be. Another thing why air pollution is important is that it is difficult to remediate. Can you imagine somebody asking you to collect the perfume you just sprayed on you in your room and put it back into the bottle? It's impossible to do. That is air pollution for you. Once it is released, it's almost impossible to remediate. It's very difficult. And the last reason why pollution is important is that people need to know how to monitoring it is expensive. So prevention is better. But that comes at a cost. So what are some of the known air pollutants? And when you look on the screen, there are two pictures that are displayed on the screen. You see the Taj Mahal from a distance. You can see clearly. And this is the Taj Mahal when there was no COVID. This Taj Mahal when there was COVID and India shut down. The air cleaned up. They could see for the first time in over 13 years, they could see the Taj Mahal from a distance. And that's the Taj Mahal now. And even now, when they saw it, they realized that the building, that beautiful edifice, is decaying from the outside because of the level. So even if materials are decaying, what is it doing to us as humans? The World Bank projects that there are about 7 million people die yearly as a result of air pollution. And the major air pollutants that affects us is nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, and particulate matter. This is the three. And then also we have organic compounds. And organic compounds, where do they come from? They come from the paint in our homes. They'll come from the nail polishes. I don't know how many of you have experienced this before, that when you move into a new home or you repaint your house, you get sick sometimes. And people don't pay attention to it. Why? It's the paint. You paint the new home, you're excited, and the paint emits so much toxic compounds, you smell it and you get sick. So if you have experienced this, that's why when you paint your house, you have to wait until some time before you move back in, or you move back in, you're going to get sick because of the organic compounds. So the nitrogen oxides, the sulfur oxides, and the particulate matters, we call them criteria pollutants. And around the world, these compounds are monitored every second to understand how they are being transformed. We need to understand them because when you emit them, they make other pollutants as well. For example, ozone. I know most of you have heard about ozone. We need ozone up in the air, in the stratosphere, to prevent the sun rays from reaching the Earth's surface. We don't need ozone here with us. Ozone here with us destroys your lungs, corrodes your arteries. Children, it affects them. It destroys plants. And so ozone on the ground is toxic. And guess what? It is never emitted from any processes on Earth. It is produced from the primary pollutants that we make. The primary pollutants make the ozone. And it is so, so deadly. It has killed so, so many people. So we need to understand these pollutants. Now, we want to talk about developing our country. I used the word developing country as a pun. So we are developing. Africa is developing. But do you really want to develop your country? The answer absolutely is yes. And if you're going to develop your country, then you need to know the realities on the ground. You need to put up industries. You need to put up petrochemical industries. You need to mining is big in Africa and around the world. And this means that we are going to use machinery. We are going to affect our environment, and we are going to release pollutants into our environment, which is a given. We want to develop our cities to become like this. We want our hospitals to look like that. In the process of doing this, you should remember something. You're going to alter the environment. You're going to change the environment. You're going to end up emitting things into the environment. I always tell people in our process, in our desire to develop, we emit pollutants that kills us in the process. It's an irony, isn't it? You want to live, we want to build a house, we want to build big hospitals, big buildings, but in the process, it needs labor, it needs manpower, it needs machinery, and these machines emit toxic compounds. Yes, we end up building this, but we end up polluting ourselves. Look at China. Before the pandemic, people were walking around with masks already in China.
Yes.
The level of hospitalizations in China is above the level in everywhere in the world because of the level of pollution. And when I see papers coming from my former supervisor took their equipment from NOAA in the USA to do research in China. When they got there, they thought the equipment has broken because the numbers the equipment were reading, they've never seen anything like that before. But you know, when this happens, we all see China becoming an economic house power for the world. But they are doing so at the peril of the health of their children. Is that what Africa wants to do? And the answer is no. And this is what keeps me awake at night, that in Africa's quest to develop, they must understand what is ahead of them. We should not poison our own citizens in the quest to develop. There are better ways to do it. And this is one of the reasons why do we think that the developed world moved all their resources to China?
Those places, yes.
It's not just because of labor. They wanted to clean their air. That's it. They will never say it. It is not just because of labor being cheap. They wanted to clean their air. But unfortunately, they are doing so. That's why people say, oh, Canada is clean, US is clean, clean air. But what have they done? They have moved all their industries abroad. So they are not polluting their people. They're polluting somewhere else and killing them. It's sad, but that is the truth and that is the reality. Now, is it all that straightforward? Based on what I've said so far, you realize that no, it's not straightforward. We're going to have enormous environmental impacts, climate change, air and water pollution, soil erosion, desertification, water scarcity, loss of biodiversity. Now, Developing countries are severely affected with growth and then poverty. So we want to eradicate poverty. But in the process, we should not make the mistake of rushing to eradicate poverty. I say that it's better somebody is poor and healthy than to be rich and sick. That doesn't make any sense. Now, what are the socioeconomics of developing? Developing, and that is very simple. You want to develop it's going to result in over exploitation of natural resources and environment, and this has been happening in Africa for the past 3 decades. Our forests have been hit. Our cities are getting more beautiful. We are importing older vehicles into Africa, which emits more. There are no control standards. We don't have any control standards. There are no standards for vehicles, for industries. We have industries now moving from China to Africa to set up. We don't have any standards for them to follow. And this keeps me awake at night. Now, all I'm saying is this. In our quest to develop, we should not forget something, that we have to deal with competing demand for growth because of population increases, energy needs and governance, and also conflict because of poverty. And when we go there, we realize that we need to realize that the donor agencies do not give us directions. They give us the money and tell us what to do with the money. They don't customize policies for each African country. It is one size fits all. It has not worked in the past 30 years, and it will not work when it comes to air quality. And also, we have inadequate institutional capacity and resources to even begin to talk about what this entails. We have very less resources. And then also, the realities facing developing countries is this. There are competing priorities. People are hungry. You need to give them food to eat. Yes. So you cannot dedicate those small resources towards the purchase of expensive equipment to monitor. There's also inadequate staff and skills, and the knowledge gap is huge. And also there's difficulty of tracking long-term view or in assessing each country level's impact beyond individual impact, because it's hard for countries to even sit down and say, what do we need to do? Where do we need to be in the next 10 years? And how can we achieve it? Rather, most governments are focused on the nucleus of those in government, and that is what they are doing in the immediate, and they are not looking at the long term. We need to take bold steps. We need to take bold steps. Collection of data. We need to understand that we must have an aggressive move towards the collection of quality data, be not only for air quality, but for all other industry. We need to take a bold step, a bold stance to start the collection of data, because if you don't have data, it's just an opinion. Commitment of donor agencies to do what we want, not what they want. We need to tell donor agencies our needs. We need to ensure that donor agencies do what we want. We need to identify our needs and then tell them that this is what we are going to do. You either join us or take your money away. It will be slow and painful, but we will get there. We need to engage professionals to help develop practical solutions for African countries. Because if somebody has lived and trained in Canada, they don't even understand how Africa operates culturally, environmentally. So when you bring them to come and implement policies in Africa, it fails because they do so with their own understanding. We need to tap resources. We need to identify the African experts to come in to help. We need to embrace them and give them the tools and allow them to impact their knowledge to the African countries to help them develop. And in so doing, we need to develop clear policies to keep Africa clean. If we want to develop, we should not sweep this under the carpet. A coalition to develop policies that has a long-term international and non-political effect. So we need a coalition in place in every country to ensure that these policies has long-term benefits, not just short-term, not just for political expediency, that it will help develop Africa. And finally, after the policy is developed, we need to move into action. We need to move into action. We don't have to just develop the policy and leave it on the table. Now, how do you develop a monitoring infrastructure? I just gave this very brief outline. Here, as you can see, the first thing is you have to establish your goals, which is the policy. And then you move to, you need to what? You need to determine emissions reduction strategies. And how do you determine that? We need equipment, we need expertise, we need to train and monitor. So you see, the second thing on that line is monitoring. Without monitoring, all the other ones ceases. That's it. You can't do any of them. You cannot develop any control strategies. You cannot implement any programs, and you cannot undertake any ongoing evaluation to make your people healthy. So without monitoring, that cycle stops right there. This is why my company and I are determined to ensure that we implement monitoring strategies for every country to help them go through this cycle. And this is tried and tested cycle by the US EPA. And this is very important because, as you can see, when you establish air quality standards and goals, you're able to take emissions inventory, you're able to have to measure local meteorology, you're able to measure local air quality. And when you do this, we can now put them into models. And then the models, we can use those models to help us enact pollution control regulations to achieve our objectives. And what do? When you enact the regulations, the next thing is to set up enforcement. When you to enforce those regulations, and that's what we have in every developed world. We have enforcement, and then after that, you evaluate over time whether you have been able to achieve those things, and you continue monitoring air quality. You don't stop, and it becomes a cycle. But you realize that for the cycle to begin, you need to feed some critical things in, and that the first four things on the far left of your screen is the most important thing to do: establishing air quality goals and getting it done. And this requires aggressive action. So why do you have to monitor air quality? I think by now we all know good health for the citizens. Everybody, you need to have good health. I have a friend who said, why is it that our grandmothers lived longer than we are living now? And I told him, don't look far. They lived in a cleaner world than we do now.
That's true.
Very simple. Huge source of employment across sectors. Air quality generates close to $250 million in revenue for only Alberta, where I live. The whole of Canada, we're talking about close to $1 billion. Talk about the US. Air quality is a huge industry. Why? Because in establishing all these agencies, you employ people and train them.
Yes.
When we set up regulations, we start taxing people, we start getting income. And it sustains itself. In actual effect, you don't need donor agencies to support you do air quality. You can generate the income internally because it is geared towards the health of the people. Yes. And so you'll be able to generate income. And then it will help us develop sustainably, because nobody can come from outside and circumvent our laws. If you come in to set up a company, you need to abide by the existing regulations. Yes. And that is for all. It will also eliminate stereotyping of developing countries by other developed countries. Developed countries refer to Africa in terms of pollution as, oh, developing countries are facing the West. And in my head, I'm like, oh my goodness, you were like that 30 years ago.
Yes.
So we need to ensure that we take our destiny into our own hands and fix that problem and change the image of Africa. And in so doing, we'll build knowledge for future generations to take Africa to the next level. So what do I offer? As I said, I've been saying all of this. What do I offer? We're ready to sacrifice ourselves to help other other countries. So we have partnered with instrument developing companies around the world to ensure that we have the tools ready, customized for African countries, so that when you are ready, we just come to you. It's cheap, low overhead, train your people locally. You don't have any international experts meddling with your equipment. Make your own mistakes, fix it, learn, develop what is good for you, and in the process, you have an infrastructure in place. So that is what my company does. So the first product I have worked with the company to come up with is an all-in-one monitoring system. This unit you see here can do all the monitoring I talked about. In addition to meteorological parameters, we've sent proposals to other African countries and to Ghana to let them know that don't spend every money you have on monitoring. There are cheaper ways to do it, and it's easier to do. Just reach out to us. You can see some of them. It's installed in a remote location using solar panels. We don't need electricity. It doesn't matter where you are in Africa. We can install these devices and let it run. And guess what? With the penetration of cell phones in Africa, this device behaves like a cell phone. It collects the data, sends it to the cell towers, and it sends it into the cloud. I can sit in Canada and look at the data from here.
Wow.
So this brings me to the end of my presentation. That is my email address. You can contact me, and my team and I will be ready to help you and your company, your country, your municipality do air quality monitoring from scratch. Thank you.
I can't believe this. I can't believe that you're sitting with all of this without sharing with me. By the way, thank you so much, Doc, for this. And as you were talking, I was just thinking of the concept of design thinking. We bring all these sponsors from outside Africa. And like you said, no monitoring, no policies in place. They come and do whichever way.
Yeah.
What's your comment about government? Because, we have government. What is their take on this? Because we need our government to have a backbone to make sure these policies are in place and they are followed through.
Yes. Thank you very much. What I have seen, the obstacle I have seen is that governments have their own priorities. And do I blame them? No, it is also lack of knowledge in this area.
Yes.
So yeah. I'm coming from the point where you talk to people and people actually ask you, oh, how would this benefit us? They don't see the reason why this has to be done. But I hope that as time goes on, what they do is, let's say, for example, a company comes and starts emitting and it's affecting the local people around the company. Then the government will ask the company, start monitoring. Let's just see what you're emitting. That shouldn't be the case. Don't pollute your own people first before you go and find out what they're complaining about.
Yes.
Why don't you put in monitoring before this company even starts? Why don't you let the company start monitoring a year before they even start operation so that we can have background data on how that pristine land looked before they came in?
Yes.
We need to do that. So yes, government they have different priorities, and that is the problem.
Yes. And probably even the lack of knowledge that this is a priority, probably companies like yours, Doc, I would advise probably be visible in their parliaments, where you can actually, this is a beautiful presentation. And you know what, as you were talking, I'm just thinking about the number of people we're starting to see now with chronic lung diseases, young people.
Yes.
Honestly, I had a speaker in one of my shows. He was talking about how even things like cannabis have started showing symptoms in young kids, like 16-year-old, 17-year-old, a teenager that is just doing these drugs. How much more for toxins and carcinogens that come from the air pollution in bulks. Wow. What an eye-opening discussion. I'm hoping our guests are seeing this, and hopefully you guys please take a picture of Dr. Charles' contacts. You want to definitely be in touch for your own country's benefits. And the sad part is we need to also be aware that our leaders, as you know, in Africa, our presidents, what is the average age of our president? Most of them in their 70s, they won't be here. They won't be around.
Absolutely.
Our kids will be around to experience this. So we really want to take it serious. And I honestly would love to see your visibility in places like Parliament. We need to get up there to show the importance of this is a priority, actually.
and I have a team. I've been training teams around the world as well. So if you're ready for training, just to help you become an advocate for air quality monitoring, we're ready to do that as well.
Oh man, this is amazing. Thank you so much, Doc. I really appreciate this presentation. And I believe this is bringing us to the end of our discussion, if I'm correct. It's true, we always save the best for last. Thank you so much to our viewers. This has been an amazing month for all of us, and I'm hoping those who had an opportunity to showcase their work is something that will benefit all of us. And let's keep in touch on this page, the GPAN page, the United States of Africa. Invite your friends, invite other Africans. We are all over the world. We are in the diaspora, we're in Africa. We actually need these skills. People like Dr. Charles, they in the diaspora, and we need to utilize their skills, because the reality is these are people that are willing to bring these expertise to our countries. And he's not only looking out for Ghana, he's talking about Africa as a whole. So this is an opportunity for all of us to open our eyes and start bringing him to these spaces where he could be visible, and his team. Actually, I thought Dr. Charles was our last speaker. Do we have our next speaker, Mr. Onesmus? Yes, we do. Thank you so much, Doc. Again, I'm hoping people got your contacts there. Our next speaker is Onesmus. Onesmus, you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm doing very good.
I'm sorry to say, I thought you were gone. I didn't see you, and then I had to go down here. I'm like, okay, there's your name. Sorry about that.
No, I'm having a network challenge where I am currently.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I think I'll be able to present with this. Just want to give a quick presentation.
Thank
maybe in about 2 to 3 minutes, then we can be able to close the African Business Month. It has been a wonderful time. I've actually got customers when I made my first presentation.
Thank you.
I
Wonderful.
got 2 clients who came through the African Business Month. I request people to join the African Business Month. Let it continue. Let us use it to develop our startups, especially small businesses who are just coming up. What is failing us mostly in Africa is branding and putting our business up there. We cannot brand, we cannot speak for our business. Sometimes even if we try, we are shut down. You see, we are trying, sometimes when we try to share on Facebook platforms, currently we are developing we just finished actually developing the video conferencing app for Zumareed, but the challenge is
about that.
We are having a challenge on the live streaming on Facebook, and they give us headache just because of only one thing. They don't understand. I think why would you have this in this first place? They want a lot of documentation on that. So the African Business Month is a blessing to me. I've already benefited from it, and I encourage all of us, whether your business is registered or it's not registered, all those who are watching us on Facebook, please subscribe to the African Business Month, become a member of the Global Pan-Africanism Network, join the United States of Africa. It's a movement, it's powerful, and it's changing and transforming. I am Kane Onesmus, the CEO of Yossi.com. Allow me share my website.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm the CEO of Yossi.com. When you visit Yossi.com, you'll be able to know more about us. We deal in solutions that transform businesses and organizations. As long as you're having a business, you need a solution that will integrate all your back services. For example, we have businesses in Africa that try to scale, but they have failed. They have the potential to scale, they have the potential to grow, they have the potential to go to another level. But because they don't have the right tools, they have decided to remain small. For example, you find a person having a number of retail businesses and cannot manage them because they don't have the right software solutions, or they don't have the software solutions to be able to scale those businesses so that they can employ more people. Sometimes we may have a challenge in our continent of jobs, not because jobs are not there, but because the people who make the jobs or the job creators don't have the ability to scale their solutions to reach many people. That's one of the biggest challenges. Bios.com develops and implements 3R solutions called Enterprise Resource Planning Solutions, ERP, to help your business be able to scale and reach more people. ERPs help you to manage your accounts effectively, manage human resource efficiently, and also manage, like assets, inventory. If you have so many retail shops and you have so many even wholesale shops, you can be able to use such solutions so that you will not have any challenge with managing your business. When you visit biosi.com, you can be able to read about our solutions for managing any kind of business, managing hospitals, education institutions, manufacturing, hotels, agribusinesses, NGOs, municipalities, law firms, engineering, even governments. We can be able to use enterprise resource planning systems to empower your businesses and organizations. The enterprise resource planning, of course, handles accounts, human resource, stock and inventory, customer relationship management, asset management, project management, and even more, including even managing payment solutions that customers can sit at the comfort of their place and order for something and even pay. We also deal in business solutions like business process re-engineering, transforming your business, digitizing your business, bringing technology to your business so that you can reach more people, empower more people, and employ more people. We also deal in websites. We can design your website, organize. We are the people behind the African Business Month website, the Global Pan-Africanism website, GPAN, Africa, and over 30 websites. biosi.com hosts most of those websites at affordable prices. You can be able to get affordable hosting with amazing security on our platforms. Just like Ruth spoke about online education, actually we also sit down and make sure that we provide solutions. And we are going to work together with Ruth James to make sure that we bring online education through the Global Pan-Africanism network. And other things, you can work with us, you can invest with us. If you want to become one of an investor or work with biosi, you can get in touch with us. Do you want to invest in Africa? Do you want to empower people? Do you want to reach more people? Get in touch with us. And just write us an email at info@biosi.com. We shall be very, very grateful to hear from you and to digitize our continent, transform our people. Thank you very much.
I love it. And you know what? I think I'm going to be in touch with you because I have an idea for Africa. I'm big with telemedicine. I do train colleagues to get into that space. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to assist me because it's something that we need to speak to our African continent.
Yes, we shall be able to, for sure.
Yes. Thank you so much. I'll be in touch with you. Okay, so our next speaker here is a speaker from PNG. Do we have Brittany? Oh, I think I have Brittany there. Hello, Brittany Kennedy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
I heard you from South Africa. I'm from South Africa too.
Ah, are you?
Yes.
Lovely.
Thank you so much. So we have UCs to give us, I think we need it probably, truly, we need you as our last speaker to give us the ways to relax.
Oh,
all this trauma we are in the world, we need someone who's going to bring us back to our core. Thank you so much for doing this for us. I'm going to give you a platform to introduce who you are and share your ideas and also share your business. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brittany Kennedy. I am a holistic practitioner. I do tarot readings, amongst a lot of other things. I would really kind of call it a full-on life coach. Thank you guys for having this platform. I can't stop looking at the painting behind you. I'm sorry.
You like?
That's my art side. It's coming out. It actually looks beautiful. The entire frame. You look
right.
Great. Thank you guys so much again for having this platform and allowing me to come and speak. I been kind of popping in from time to time all throughout the day, and everybody is just so wonderful. It's a great platform to have. So a little bit about what I do, and really I kind of want to just talk about what's going on with the universe. Like you said, kind of needed this time to kind of decompress from this entire thing and everything that's going on in the world today. So when it comes to holistic practicing and just holistic approaches overall, this is a business platform, right? Most people have been coming here to talk about their businesses and things like that. And all of those things are well and good, and it's very, very needed, right? However, how are you going to really make those things happen? How are you going to manifest exactly what you want? And especially when it comes to everything that's going on. We're in the middle of a pandemic. And in addition to that, this platform is for Black people, right? So we've already got the systematic oppression against us. If you do the statistics, it shows that in America alone, it will take us 2 centuries to catch up financially to our white counterparts. So how are we going to do that? How are we going to accomplish that? And to me, I think the universe has told us with this pandemic, it's kind of the Mother Nature's way of saying, slow down.
Wow.
Focus on the inside, focus on what's going here, because if you can't fix what's going on in the inside, how are you going to be able to create the outside? How are you going to build upon the outside? And so it's a very interesting time because the universe has forced us to go into these inside, right, kind of situations where we're locked down in our homes, minimal contact, minimal, outdoors. And it's really just the universe's way of saying, like, pay attention to your spirit, pay attention to what's going on the inside. We're going through and have gone through years and years of so much mental trauma. And how do we respond to that? So in order to manifest in the physical, you really have to nurture on the inside. It's like your body, your spirit, everything you do is like a plant. If you aren't watering that, or if you're only watering a part of your garden, you're only going to see fruit in that part of the garden. However, you have to have a balance. So what I see happening a lot right now with my clients is that they come to me and they come to me for a reading, right? That's like their gateway to learning into our interaction. And I do the reading. And from there, I end up prescribing, or suggesting, let me not use the word prescribing, meditation, various crystals that can help ground them. But the thing that I'm seeing the most right now is everybody that's coming to me, it's all about balance. The message that I get from the universe for almost everybody right now is balance. Balance your spirit, balance the way that you approach the outside world, the way that you relate to each other. And people, we're so fixated on material. The world is so fast. We want to produce. We want to see outcome and results. And yet, we can't really... Oh, honey. My lovely son here. Okay. We can't really focus on meditating or manifesting what we really want if we're not focused on what's going on in our house. And when I say your house, your body is your house. So that's pretty much a little bit about what I do and about what I'm seeing. And there was a young lady earlier who was speaking. I think she was based out in the UK. I want to say her name was Jackie. And she kind of was saying the same thing along the same lines. As Black people, we have so many things up against us. And throughout the process of oppression, colonization, they took and rewrote a lot of our history, right? They changed a lot of our spirituality, the way that we relate to God, our idea about who God even is. And in that process, it took a lot of our roots. I mean, even, back home in Africa, you've got a lot of these ancestral practices that date back all the way, to ancient Kemet have been demonized is probably the best word. And yet those are the practices that have turned our culture for centuries. And so right now, especially in America, in the diaspora, you've got a wave happening of a lot of people turning back to hoodoo, turning back to voodoo, practicing things that are more of the earth and more about spirituality and how we relate to whatever it is that you happen to believe in. And so that's really what I would like to say about what's happening in the world right now, is that we really have to centralize our focus onto ourself and our spirit. And from there, we will be able to really manifest what we really want. You know, a lot of people that come to me and they're like, am I going to get this new job? I want this. Am I going to have this? And I'm like, well, let's look at it. And I look at it, and the baseline is always the same, is seek on the inside, find your spirituality in your center, meditate, balance that first, and you will see everything around you manifest in ways that you could never imagine. And so it's not to say that we're not advancing. It's not to say that we're not being successful, because we are. We see that right now. We are growing exponentially, not only in our mind and our consciousness, but in our actual technology, things that we do business-wise. But ultimately, I think if we finally, we will find ourselves reaching our highest potential once we finally focus on what's going on in here, in our heart space. So yeah, that's what I've got to say.
I love it, Brittany. You know what? It's so amazing that you are mentioning something I said when this pandemic started. I said, maybe is it God trying to communicate with us to slow down a little bit? And it happened to me too. I started my own practice 2 years ago. I was on the go. And as you are speaking, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, I was so imbalanced. I'm still working on that, you know, and this happened. When it happened, I had to slow down. So I was grateful that for me it happened. And we are able to see our patients now sitting in our homes and talking to them on the phone. I mean, it has its own advantages and disadvantages, but we need balances. Thank you so much for reminding us. And this is all coming from within. It's not outside. Like you said, when we are balanced inside, we manifest everything we ever wanted in life.
Absolutely.
Thank you. We need that reminder. We definitely do. And it doesn't take anything. It's just coming back to you.
No, exactly.
With thyself. Thank you so much. I believe you are our last speaker. We have trouble with signal in Africa. I'm losing some few people here, but I can't thank enough all our speakers that came on board this whole month, came and represented their brands and also showed how much we can actually work together. And I believe that when we do this collaboration, we all could come up with something great. I'm just fascinated listening to I was drinking all this month. I've been drinking from the knowledge and the expertise and the brilliance that displayed here. It's just amazing how truly, as a Black people, we were not given a chance, but you know, it doesn't stop how good we are. There's innovators here. There's people who came up with all these things they've been doing for decades. I didn't know about these people. Some of them I read about them, and I was so blessed to interact with them here. So truly, we are a gifted nation. All we need to do is to work together and showcase. And we are so grateful to Daniel for creating this platform for us all to come together. And please invite people who are watching us, invite other people. We need to come under this roof. This is where you will grow and collaborate. You know, no one can grow when he or she's an island. Come and collaborate with other innovators. There's creativity here. We can only do so when we come together and love each other. As a rule, as Africans, we always knew that we are a multi or extended family concept. You know what I mean? This is how we've been. So imagine if we come together and collaborate, all these businesses will all grow.
Absolutely.
I'm so excited, really. I believe we're coming to an end now. Meanwhile, I'll probably give a short announcement here. We're gonna, at the end of this month, on the 30th of November, we do have awards to award people that showcased their brilliance here. So on the 30th of November, we're gonna have an award session. Please come back here. We'll be probably sending messages to tell when exactly that will take place on the 30th. And yeah, I can't wait to see people grabbing all those awards and also looking deep down in themselves to see how great they are. And if you don't get the award, it doesn't mean that you're not great. Shine in your little corner, keep that light shining. It's always difficult to come and bring this small number of these people that will get the awards. I believe all of us are great. The key thing is believing in ourselves and also reaching out for help. Reach out if you had anyone that lit in something inside you. Reach out to that person. This was a great month for all of us. I believe that we all changed, we are all transformed, and we believe that we're going to start our new year next year with great ideas, with new ideas. There was an amazing speaker here before, Brittany. He's talking about how we could actually approach him when we have business ideas. He deals with small enterprise, big. There's nothing big for him. So these are the people that we need to support and also spread the word about them so that we can all grow. Thank you so much, Britt. And your baby there is so cute.
Thank you. Say hello.
Hello. It looks like actually we have another speaker that is willing to come aboard, but I'm not sure where that person is. We'll see. We'll probably wait. I got him. Hello, Jordan.
Hello, Anto. Morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We are in all parts of the world.
Yes, Wanto. Good afternoon, good evening, and morning from Papua New Guinea. Thank you, thank you.
Oh. Thank you so much for tuning in. We were kind of thinking maybe we lost you there.
Yeah, kind of a bit of technical issues. So now it's already done. I'm set, ready to go now.
Awesome. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just kind of introduction. Like I'm Jordan Pera. I'm from Papua New Guinea, and in Papua New Guinea we say one talk. So one talks. Thank you and greetings, and good to have me on the board. And I'll be speaking on the something that I've just prepared. It's already mentioned. I'll be talking about the cross-cutting financial mindset of Black men right across the globe and around the world. It's something that we as a Black race, we as a Black man, we have to look really into, and then it's also affecting the Melanesian, I mean the Pacific countries, the Caribbean countries, and the African countries also. So we need to psychologically, mentally, we need to strengthen and we need to motivate and influence our young and then all alike to, think strong in their minds to, compete with the world and move forward. So I'll be saying something along that line. So I'll just introduce the topic, a bit of the topic that I'll be saying. I'll just stress the 3 points only. And the first part is the mind power. I'll be stressing a little bit on mind power. And then I'll touch on the financial mindset. And then the third last, I'll conclude with the integrate and support our folks right around the globe. So these are the 3 areas that I'll be touching. And sorry, I might speed it up if you want to slow, like if you want to ask question or whatever, you can. Okay. But I'll just go straight to those three points. And then first of all, I'll be talking about mind power. As you know, like we human beings, like we do things, it's all because of the mind. What is inside the mind, it becomes reality. So what you think, in other words, they say that you become what you think. Or like if you want to achieve something, it has to start somewhere inside your mind. And if you want to become a millionaire, if you want to do something, if you want to start up a business, if you want to do anything, it has to start within your mind. And you have to you have to conceptualize, and then you have to start everything inside your mind. And then when it's already inside the mind, and then the effect or the outcome of it can be shown when you really invest in it, when you really focus your resource and your everything into it, and when you do something, it's gonna show it. So the mind power is very important. When you want to start something, we have to start with our mind first. Our mind, we must control, we must become, we must think what we want to become, and we have to control our thoughts. And then when we control our thoughts, and when we do something that we want to do already, like when we put them in our mind and when we put into reality, it will become reality. So that's the first point which I want to stress a bit about the mind. So we have to be very careful with our mind. And the second point is financial mind. It's common, regardless whether you're in Africa or whether you're in Pacific or whether you're in Caribbean countries. I don't know, but maybe it sounds like it's something that is within all the black race. It's that financial. We lack financial mindset. Mind like it's a norm that you will see that the black men um, they have this mentality where they don't want to invest in anything at all. Like they can there's a saying goes that they can contribute to buy alcohol, but they will never contribute to invest in business or invest in anything. And the other one is like we are pretty much like we spend beyond our income. Like for instance, if you have an income, but in some cases, maybe not most, but in some people, they normally spend within their expense or within their income or beneath their income. But in most cases, you will see that especially us black men, we go beyond. We don't know how to save. We don't know how to budget. We don't know how to manage our money. We like something like the financial literacy is really lacking in us the black people. Especially in Melanesia, we have this custom where they end to spend. They don't end to save. They don't end to invest. They don't end to do all these stuffs, but they just end because they want to spend. And the other one is like we don't own anything. Like we have all the resources, we have all the land, we have everything that we need, but in reality we don't own the economy. When you see right across the African countries and Pacific countries and in Caribbean countries, you will see that we don't own economy. Our economy has been manipulated and it's controlled by the outsiders. So it's really like it's kind of we are really struggling. Like we own the raw materials, but the reality, like we don't own them. We don't own the economic power, and it's the greatest challenge that it's been faced here in Pacific Island countries and also in the African and right across the black nations. So we have to own them. We don't have to just become a user. We don't have to become a just worker of the Asian, or we don't have to just work for anybody. But sometimes now, like we are in a changing time and changing era where we need to own something. Most of our peoples they work for the foreigners. When you go to store, you see our people. They don't own, but they become workers and they work for the foreigners. They put the energy, put the resources to make someone rich. Instead of us owning a business, instead of us working for ourselves, instead of us becoming rich and becoming the people who are economically independently, but we are depending on them and we are making the outsiders rich, and that is something that is affecting all the black folks, especially right around the world. So we need to own ourselves, and we need to own what we have. And also, there's a saying goes in especially in Melanesia that they used to say that you like if you want to like there's a saying goes that you I mean it is like there's a saying that teach teach one how to fish, but you don't have to kill fish and feed them every day. uh we are, and like in our black society, especially across the globe and across the world, you will see that we kind of selfish. I mean, we have this attitude where we want to compete. We want to compete with ourselves. Or like if someone is owning a trade store, and then we have this competition gene where we want to compete with them. We don't have this mentality. We don't have this mindset where like we don't have this mindset to support our fellow men over there. If they are doing something well in trade store, we don't support them. We want to compete and we want to go against them, and we have this selfish the practice. So these are kind of mindset, that these are the kinds of things that we have to change. There's also saying goes that it is the collections of raindrops that gives the water. If you want to get the water, we want to become rich. We want to become economically independent country, economically independent people.